Tonight, you're not here for comfort. You're not here for clarity. You're here to descend. This is not philosophy that saves. It doesn't soothe, inspire, or promise meaning. These are the thoughts that stalk the edges of consciousness ideas. So dark, so corrosive that they can't be unthought once they're known. Paradoxes that don't resolve, but unravel. Beliefs that curdle into their own opposites. Truths that, once spoken aloud, feel like sins. What happens when goodness breeds? Cruelty? When hope becomes a trap? When logic is used to justify madness? These aren't idle questions. They're traps, mazes, mirrors with no reflection. They linger in the minds of those who stare too long at the world and see it staring back. This is a journey through 50 of the darkest paradoxes ever imagined. Some will twist your moral compass. Others will peel back the illusion of certainty. All of them will demand something of you. So breathe slowly. Let your assumptions loosen. And prepare to explore the kind of philosophy that doesn't end in answers, only deeper, quieter questions. What if the most terrible consequences in your life were not caused by evil, but by purity? Imagine a child. Wide-eyed, gentle, trusting. They reach out to help someone in pain, unaware that their act of kindness disrupts something fragile. A wound is reopened. A lie is exposed. A silence kept for peace is shattered. And in the name of goodness, lives are forever changed, some ruined. This is the paradox of innocence that caused harm. It is the unsettling truth that not all damage comes from malice. Sometimes the purest intentions lead to the deepest cuts. World likes to tell a simple story. The innocent are good, the guilty are bad. But what happens when innocence becomes a kind of blindness? When it assumes too much about what people need? When it storms into complex, aching situations with clean hands and no understanding? History is full of examples. Missionaries arriving in uncivilized lands, believing they are saving souls only to erase entire cultures. Whistleblowers exposing secrets with the purest motives, yet destroying families, collapsing institutions and triggering suicides. Or the child who tells a parent what they overheard, not realizing it will detonate a divorce. It's tempting to praise these acts as necessary or brave, but that's the trap. Innocence, by definition, does not see the full picture. It acts with moral clarity in morally ambiguous situations. And in doing so, it can unleash chaos. This paradox forces you to ask, is harm less harmful if it was done with good intent? That question alone is corrosive. Because if the answer is yes, then what are we to make of all the suffering done in the name of love, truth, or justice? And if the answer is no, if harm is still harm regardless of intent, then no one is ever truly safe from guilt. Not even the innocent. You may begin to notice it in yourself. The times you told the truth, believing it was right only to alienate someone. The moments you insisted on helping, only to make things worse. The advice you gave that turned into pressure. The comfort you offered that reopened wounds. You did nothing wrong. And yet, this is why philosophers have long feared purity. Because purity doesn't ask questions. It doesn't listen. It assumes the moral high ground without realizing the ground itself is shifting. Innocence walks into rooms full of trauma, like a candle into a dynamite shed. Sometimes the most ethical thing to do is nothing, to witness without interfering. But innocence is action-oriented. It believes something must be done. That's where the damage begins, psychologically. This paradox touches on a terrifying realization that you can be the villain in someone else's story without ever intending to. You might remain innocent in your own mind, but they remember. The consequences. And it gets worse. Because once you realize your innocence has teeth, what do you do with that knowledge? Do you retreat into cynicism, distrusting your own motives forever? Do you stop trying to do good, fearing you'll only make it worse? Or do you press on anyway, hoping the net result is positive, even if there's pain? None of these answers feel clean. That's the point. This paradox isn't here to be solved. It's here to haunt you, to whisper at the edge of your memory, What if your kindness wasn't so kind after all? The irony is cruel. The more innocent you are, the less you'll recognize the harm you cause. And the more self-aware you become, the less innocent you remain. This creates a vicious loop. To grow wiser is to shed innocence. But to stay innocent is to risk doing harm. Innocence becomes dangerous when it's paired with power. When people act with authority while believing in their own moral untouchability. The teacher who saves a student from a bad home without understanding what they've interrupted. The judge who applies the law fairly in a situation where fairness requires empathy, not rigidity. The parent who shields a child from all pain only to raise an adult who breaks at the first difficulty. In each of these, innocence is not passive, it is weaponized. And that is what makes it so dangerous. There's a reason why many spiritual traditions teach that true wisdom lies beyond innocence, not in corruption, but in knowing. In seeing the full picture and still choosing carefully, humbly, and often, painfully. That kind of wisdom doesn't act to feel good, acts when it must, and accepts the cost. So ask yourself, who have you hurt without meaning to? What parts of yourself still cling to the idea that, as long as I meant well, I am blameless? And what might happen if you let go of that illusion? The descent has only begun. You were taught that justice is good, that it's what the world needs more of, that it corrects wrongs, protects the innocent, and punishes the guilty. But what if justice, true justice, demands something you're not prepared to give? Something brutal, irreversible, maybe even inhumane? What if justice can only be fulfilled through cruelty? This is the paradox at the heart of civilizations. We long for fairness, for moral equilibrium, but enforcing that balance often means hurting someone. Maybe locking them away forever, maybe killing them, maybe dragging their sins into the public square, stripping away their humanity in the name of moral clarity. Justice demands consequence. But consequence, when applied, rarely looks clean. Consider the executioner. In the name of the law, he severs the life of another human being. The courtroom is silent, the crowd watches, and the noose is pulled, not out of hatred, but principle. This is justice, they say. But who volunteers to be the hand that carries it out? And what becomes of the soul who does? Here's the paradox. Justice must be impartial, detached. But cruelty, pain, punishment, humiliation is always personal. You can try to sanitize it with procedure, with courtrooms and robes and rationales. But at the end of the line, someone suffers, someone bleeds, and someone feels justified in making that happen. Justice without cruelty often feels empty. But cruelty in the name of justice, that's where the horror begins. History shows us this over and over. Revolutions fueled by righteous fury. The oppressed rising up to punish the oppressors, only to become tyrants themselves. The guillotine does not discriminate when it's hungry for balance. In some places, justice demanded public executions, not for the sake of deterrence, but to restore emotional equilibrium. They made us suffer, now let them suffer. But does that heal the wound or deepen it? Even in more civilized forms, lawsuits, imprisonment, social exile, we see the same cycle. One party feels wronged, the other must pay. And sometimes that payment isn't enough. Justice demands blood, or reputation, or legacy. It wants to burn something down. Ask yourself, have you ever wanted someone to suffer because they hurt you? Not just to apologize, not just to change, but to feel pain. That flicker of desire in the pit of your stomach, is that justice or vengeance with a halo? The problem is, justice and cruelty look the same in practice. The intention is what separates them. But who decides whose intention is pure? Think about the legal system. How many sentences are passed with the phrase, justice served, when really the punishment just perpetuates suffering? A mother loses her son to a crime. The killer is imprisoned. Decades pass. Has justice been done? Has anyone healed? Or have two lives now been destroyed instead of one? Cruelty, when moralized, becomes invisible. You can starve someone behind. bars and call it due process. You can ruin their life with public shame and call it accountability. You can torment their memory after death and call it historical reckoning. And you'll still sleep at night because justice needed it. But what if justice isn't about restoration? What if it's a performance one society stages to feel moral? To disguise the fact that we still hunger for cruelty? It's a dangerous thing when pain becomes virtuous. And yet, there are times when cruelty feels like the only answer. The abuser who won't stop until exposed. The murderer who shows no remorse. The corrupt leader who walks free. When the system fails, cruelty comes back in through the side door disguised as poetic justice. As karma, as social vengeance, the mob becomes the judge. And the sentence is humiliation, isolation, it feels good. It feels righteous. But that's the paradox again. Justice often feels most satisfying when it is indistinguishable from revenge. And in that satisfaction, we lose ourselves. You might notice this in your own life. The satisfaction you feel when someone finally gets what they deserve. The click of the gavel, the fall of the axe, the viral takedown post. You don't just want balance, you want them to feel it, to know what they did, to suffer for. Can justice exist without that? Can it be cold, clean, restorative, not punitive? Maybe, but it's rare. Because cruelty is fast, it's decisive, it sends a message. And deep down, people often prefer clarity over healing. This paradox also corrupts those who carry out justice. Judges, activists, soldiers, reformers, anyone who enacts consequences in the name of justice walks a razor's edge. Stay on it too long, and you begin to believe that cruelty isn't just necessary, it's righteous. That's when justice becomes its own tyranny, and the system no longer serves the people. It serves its own appetite. The philosopher Nietzsche warned, "Be careful when fighting monsters, lest you become one." He wasn't talking about fairy tales. He was talking about courts, about revolutions, about you. If the only way to balance the scales is through suffering, are we still serving justice? Or just inventing new ways to feel superior while we punish? There are no easy answers. That's the weight of this paradox. Justice is beautiful in theory. But in the real world, when it reaches down from the clouds to touch the earth, it often wears a mask with sharp teeth. So ask yourself when you demand justice, what are you really asking for? Is it truth? Is it peace? Or is it cruelty you can finally call moral? We love the word freedom. We drape it in flags, tattoo it on skin, whisper it in revolutions, and scream it in protests. It promises the ultimate liberation, the power to choose, to move, to speak, to become. But what if freedom is just another kind of prison? What if the very thing we worship as liberation becomes the source of our deepest chains? This is the paradox. Freedom that enslaved the mind. You are told you are free. You can be whoever you want. Do whatever you wish. Think anything. Buy anything. Say anything. But beneath this boundless horizon lies an invisible burden, the weight of infinite possibility. When all choices are open, every decision becomes a responsibility. Every path you don't take becomes a ghost. Every failure becomes your fault. If you're free, then you have no one to blame but yourself. And so freedom becomes a mirror one that never stops reflecting your inadequacy. No. One tells you this when they hand you freedom. They tell you about opportunity, not obligation. About rights, not paralysis. But the modern self, saturated with freedom, often becomes terrified of choice. Because every decision closes a door, kills a future version of yourself. With freedom, life becomes a funeral of paths not taken. Psychologists call it analysis paralysis, but it goes deeper than indecision. It's existential dread disguised as empowerment. You stare into 1,000 futures, all theoretically yours, and wonder why none of them feel real. Why none of them feel like you. In societies obsessed with freedom, we don't just fear control, we fear commitment. We treat every option as temporary. Jobs, relationships, ideologies, they're all disposable. Because to choose is to lose freedom. To tie yourself to something is to forfeit other possibilities. So we keep drifting, consuming, sampling, searching, always afraid of being trapped. We end up trapped in endless seeking. And the cruel irony, the more freedom we have, the more we crave authority, someone to tell us who to be, what to want, what matters. Because pure freedom is terrifying. It offers no handrails, no guarantees, no scapegoats. You're free, yes, but you're also alone. This is why people turn to cults, ideologies, conspiracy theories. Not because they are weak, but because they are drowning in freedom and desperate for something to hold on to. Structure, meaning, certainty. Anything that spares them from having to define themselves every moment of every day. Even consumer culture plays into this paradox. You're free to choose, it says, but only from these curated options. Pick a brand, pick a tribe, pick an identity pre-packaged and sold in 30-second advertisements. It feels like freedom. But it's not. It's a simulation of choice designed to keep you obedient and distracted. In this way, freedom becomes a new kind of control. Not by limiting your options, but by overwhelming you with them. The chains are no longer on your wrists. They're in your mind. And the worst part, you put them there yourself. Ask yourself, when was the last time you made a choice that wasn't based on fear? Not fear of missing out. Not fear of being wrong. Not fear of what people would think. Just a clear, grounded choice. No one watching. No algorithm pushing. No culture whispering. Just you. Hard to remember, isn't it? Because we don't just want freedom. We want validation for the choices we make. We want to know we picked the right life, the right partner, the right meaning. And so we watch others constantly on screens, in feeds, in filters, comparing, envying, measuring our liberation against theirs. But real freedom is often quiet, lonely. It doesn't come with applause. It comes with ownership of your joy, your failure, or your suffering. And most people would rather be told what to do than bear that weight. Look at politics. The more chaotic the world becomes, the more people beg for strong leaders, simple answers, clean ideologies. Tell me what's true, they plead. Make the bad people go away. Fix it. That's not freedom speaking. That's exhaustion. Even in art, we crave boundaries. Writers fear the blank page. Musicians fear total improvisation. Too much freedom creates formlessness, and formlessness is death to the mind. We need tension, limit, form, not to be caged, but to be shaped. This is why spiritual traditions speak of discipline as freedom, why Zen monks follow strict rituals, why ancient Stoics embraced voluntary hardship. Because without some boundaries, the self dissolves into a fog of impulses and endless distraction. True freedom isn't about saying yes to everything. It's about learning how and when to say no. And sometimes the most liberating thing you can do is to limit yourself, not to stop running, to stop seeking, to choose fully, consciously, and bear the weight of that choice. Because otherwise, freedom becomes a maze with no center. A voice whispering, you can be anything, until you forget who you are. So the next time you feel trapped, ask, is it the world holding me here? Or my fear of choosing? Freedom, when misunderstood, becomes the cruelest master, and so we descend deeper. Hope is supposed to be the light in the darkness. The force that carries us through the night, we speak of it with reverence. We wear it like armor against despair. Without hope, we're told, people give up. They fall apart. They die inside. But what if hope can do the opposite? What if hope is not the bridge to salvation, but the very reason we never reach it? This is the paradox. Hope that delayed salvation. The idea that sometimes the very act of hoping is what keeps you trapped. Imagine a person in a broken relationship. Day after day, they endure cruelty, indifference, or neglect. But they stay because they hope. They hope the other person will change. They hope it's just a phase. They hope love is enough. And that hope, noble, sincere, painfully human, is what keeps them from leaving, from healing, from saving themselves, now expand this to entire societies. The poor who hope that one day the system will reward them if they just work hard enough. The oppressed who hope the law will eventually protect them. The abused who hope the abuser will realize what they've done. In every case, hope delays the reckoning. Hope becomes the leash. It sounds cruel to say, but sometimes despair is what saves you. Despair says, this will not get better. And that is when people leave, when they fight, when they rebel. Despair ends delusion. Hope extends it. We don't like to admit this because hope feels good. It's easy to romanticize. It makes suffering feel meaningful. It gives pain a future purpose. But that's exactly why it's dangerous. Because hope can decorate the prison walls, make you forget you're locked inside. Philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche called hope worst of all evils because it prolongs the torments of man. He saw it not as a gift, but a trick, a way to keep people compliant, waiting, passive. The mythology of hope is everywhere. Fairy tales, religions, political speeches. Hold on, they say, don't give up. It will get better. But what if that better never comes? What if your waiting is the reason it never comes? There is a kind of hope that empowers, yes, but hope that fuels action. That galvanizes the spirit to move forward. But there's another kind of paralyzing kind. The kind that sits in corners. That whispers, just wait a little longer. The kind that turns your suffering into a story with a promised happy ending and dares you not to ruin it by walking away. This is where the paradox sharpens stop, because if you give up hope, what are you left with? Reality, and that is terrifying. That maybe no one's coming. That maybe the world won't change. That maybe this is it. That this is as good as it gets. Most people aren't prepared to live in that space, so they cling to hope. And in clinging, they stay exactly where they are. Even in religion, hope becomes a moral imperative. Have faith. Trust God's timing. It's all part of the plan. But how many people have stayed in abusive systems, toxic theologies, or violent marriages because they were told hope is holy and doubt is sin? Hope doesn't always lift us. Sometimes it keeps us low, convinced that our suffering matters, that it's leading somewhere. And so we endure more than we should. We call it resilience. But often it's just resignation in a prettier mask. This paradox forces a hard question. At what point does hope become self-betrayal? That's a line no one teaches you to recognize. It's subtle. You feel it in your stomach, in the dreams that start to decay, in the years that pass without change. But you keep hoping because what else is there? Here's the truth. Sometimes you have to kill hope to set yourself free. That doesn't mean giving in to despair. It means stepping out of illusion, seeing things as they are. Letting go of the fantasy that things will fix themselves if you just wait long enough. And when you do, something strange happens. A different kind of hope is born, not the passive kind, but the fierce kind. The hope that emerges after despair. The kind that says, even if this never gets better, I will find a way. That's the real paradox. Only when hope dies can certain kinds of freedom begin. Because until then, you're just waiting for someone else to save you. And maybe, just maybe, that salvation was always meant to come from within. So take a moment. Look at your own life. What are you still hoping for? And is that hope healing you, or is it keeping you from healing? We move deeper still. Asterisk, we are taught that truth is sacred. That it is the light by which we navigate a chaotic world. That even when it hurts, the truth is always better than the lie. The truth will set you free, they say. But what if truth doesn't liberate? What if truth, once known, shatters the very structure of reality? This is the paradox, truth that dismantled reality. A truth so vast, so invasive, so corrosive, that the moment it enters your consciousness, nothing feels stable anymore. Not your beliefs, not your identity, not your perception of the world. You wanted clarity. What you got was collapse. Imagine someone who discovers they've been adopted decades into adulthood. Or someone who finds out their partner has been living a double life for years. Or a scientist who uncovers data that disproves their life's work. The truth doesn't just hurt. It detonates the framework that held their world together. We assume reality is stable, that we're grounded in something solid. But much of our reality is narrative, a carefully built story of cause and effect, self and other, good and evil. When truth enters like a crack in the glass, that narrative doesn't bend, it breaks. You see this in philosophy. Think of René Descartes, who doubted everything until he reached the bare minimum. I think, therefore I am. But even that isn't safe. Modern philosophers have torn even that foundation apart. What if thought itself is just noise? What if the I is an illusion? Truth, it turns out, doesn't guarantee meaning. Sometimes it removes it. There are truths so dark, so disorienting, that they don't clarify, they destabilize. Consider whistleblowers who uncover horrifying crimes by institutions they once trusted, or survivors who realized their childhood was filled with abuses they had repressed, or historians who discover that a beloved national hero committed atrocities. These truths don't live peacefully inside us. They burn, and yet society tells us to seek truth no matter the cost. But it rarely speaks of the cost itself, the isolation, the psychological fragmentation. The feeling of walking through the world as if gravity has weakened and colors have dimmed. Once you know, you can't unknow. The veil doesn't go back up. You see everything differently, even the people you love. In this way, truth becomes a kind of poison, or worse, a virus, because once you discover one destabilizing truth, you begin to question everything else. It spreads. You wonder how many other lies you've believed. You look at old memories and feel them warp. You listen to voices of authority and hear their HOODES. Your relationships change. Your career might collapse. Your worldview becomes hostile terrain. Not because you've done something wrong, but because you saw too clearly. This is why so many choose not to look. Why ignorance isn't just bliss, it's protection. And why some truths are buried, not because they are hidden, but because they are too heavy to hold. There's a reason ancient myths often link forbidden knowledge with ruin. Eve eats the fruit of knowledge and paradise is lost. Prometheus gives fire, truth, and flame and is tortured for eternity. Pandora opens the box and lets chaos loose. In every story, the truth doesn't set anyone free. It destroys, and yet something in us still craves it. We tear back the layers. We investigate. We confess. We research because we believe truth has value. And it does. But not all truth leads to peace. Some truths lead to transformation through suffering. And suffering is not something we're trained to endure. There's also the truth about the self, who you really are beneath your performance, your social masks, your inherited beliefs. That truth can be the most dismantling of all. To realize you are not who you thought. That you are capable of things you never imagined. Good and bad. The psychological term for this collapse is ego death. When the scaffolding of self disintegrates and something deeper, rawer, more honest remains. It is not comfortable. It is not gentle. But it is real. Still, many never reach that point. They live on the edge of truth, peering in, afraid of the price. And perhaps they're right to hesitate, because once reality is dismantled, you must rebuild it from scratch. This is the secret of the paradox. Truth can dismantle, but it can also reconstruct. Not the same structure, not the old comforts, but something truer, something earned. But it takes time. It takes grieving. It takes sitting in the ruins of your former self without rushing to cover up. Truth dismantles reality so that a different reality, one that can bear the weight of truth, might begin. So the question isn't, can you handle the truth? It's, what will you become once it has undone you? Love is supposed to be the most beautiful thing we can give or receive. It is sung about, worshipped, longed for. It promises unity, healing, intimacy. We're told that to love and be loved is the core of a meaningful life. But what happens when love turns inward? When it curls into itself and grows sharp? This is the paradox. Love that became possession. It begins innocently. You fall for someone, you care. You want to be close to them, to protect them, to keep them near. You want to be chosen. You want to be seen. But over time, the line begins to blur. Is your love still about them, or is it now about you? Possession masquerades as devotion. It says, I just worry about you. I just want to keep you safe. I can't live without you. It sounds like love, but it's not. It's fear dressed as affection. And fear, especially fear of loss, has a way of tightening its grip. True love requires freedom. Possession does not. Possession wants guarantees. It wants control. It wants ownership. You are mine. And with that single phrase, something sacred begins to rot. You may have felt it in your own relationships. The panic when someone you love talks to someone else. The resentment when they make a decision without you. The jealousy that bubbles not because you don't trust them, but because their independence feels like abandonment. We're rarely honest about how much of our love is tied to need, to identity, to ego. The paradox deepens when possession is mistaken for loyalty. When someone says, I'm jealous because I care, or I need to know where you are because I love you, it can feel flattering at first, proof that you matter. But soon love becomes a leash. You feel watched, measured, confined. And yet we're taught to tolerate this, to see it as romantic, to think that love should hurt a little. Bad intensity equals depth. But real love doesn't require surveillance. It doesn't demand proof. It doesn't threaten to vanish if the other person disobeys. Possession is a mirror of fear. And fear poisons even the deepest connections. Worse still, possession can live silently inside long-term relationships. Years can go by before you realize that what once felt like love is now control masked as care. The partner who insists on managing every aspect of your life. The one who sulks when you succeed without them. The one who guilt trips you for needing space. They may not yell, they may not hit. But possession doesn't always need violence. Thrives in emotional dependency. In guilt, in obligation. Ask yourself, have you ever felt suffocated by someone who claimed to love you? Have you ever stayed because you didn't want to hurt them, even though you were being slowly erased? This paradox also speaks to something darker. How we define ourselves through others. You complete me, they say. You're my other half. It sounds poetic, but it's a dangerous foundation. Because if someone is your other half, then without them, you are half a person. That belief breeds possession. You begin to fear their autonomy, their distance, their silence, because without them, who are you? We begin to confuse love with survival, and when survival is on the line, people do desperate things. They control, they manipulate, they suffocate. All in the name of love, the most haunting part. They may not even realize they're doing it, because to them, love is control. It is closeness without space. It is consuming, and that's how love becomes a prison with no locks. Only emotional chains. We also see this in how we treat the people we idolize. Celebrities, heroes, even children. We claim to love them, but what we often mean is, I want them to reflect what I need them to be. A parent says they love their child, but only if the child behaves or believes, or lives in a way that matches the parent's vision. A fan says they love an artist, but only as long as the artist doesn't grow beyond the image the fan has built. This isn't love. It's projected possession. A fantasy of ownership. And yet we reward it. We call it loyalty. We call it dedication, but real love doesn't need possession to survive. In fact, it thrives without it. Real love. Let's go. Not out of disinterest, but out of trust. It doesn't say, you belong to me. It says, you belong to yourself, and I will walk beside you as long as you let me. That kind of love is terrifying, because it offers no guarantees, no claims, only the present moment, only the choice to stay again and again, freely. Most people never learn this kind of love, because it requires letting the other person be a mystery, and ourselves true dots. So look at your own life. Where has love become a cage? And where have you used love as a mask for fear? Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is let go. We descend now into deeper shadows. Trust is the glue of human connection. It allows vulnerability, cooperation, safety. We teach children to trust their parents, soldiers to trust their leaders, patients to trust their doctors. Without trust, society collapses into suspicion and chaos. But what if trust given too easily or held too long becomes the very tool that enables evil? This is the paradox. Trust that enabled evil. Not the kind of evil that storms through the front door, not obvious monsters, but evil that wears the mask of authority, of warmth, of reliability, a teacher, a priest, a charismatic leader, a beloved parent, a respected boss. You trust them, everyone does. And because of that trust, they are never questioned, never doubted, never challenged. That is where the darkness begins, not in malice, but in permission. Trust is supposed to be sacred, but it can also be exploited. It gives someone the benefit of the doubt sometimes again and again, long after they've shown they don't deserve it. How many abusers have operated under the cover of trust? How many crimes were ignored because the person committing them was too good, too respected, too kind to possibly be guilty? People don't want to believe evil can come wrapped in warmth, so they look away. They defend the trusted figure. They silence the victims. Because what would it mean if someone so trusted did something so vile? It would mean we were wrong, and we don't like to admit that. So instead, we tell ourselves stories. They must have misunderstood. They're exaggerating. He would never do that. She's always been so kind to me. This is where trust becomes complicity. And complicity, over time, becomes protection. The predator stays in power not because they're clever, but because their community keeps. Then they're all in the name of trust. This is not just personal, it's institutional. Entire systems survive because people are conditioned to trust them. The government, the church, the university, the military, the corporation. We want to believe these structures have our best interests in mind. So when they abuse that trust, we hesitate. We wait. We give them the benefit of the doubt. And by the time we realize what they've done, it's too late. This paradox also touches something psychological. We need to trust. Without it, the world becomes unbearable. So even when the signs are there, we often choose not to see them. We stay in relationships that hurt us. We work for employers who exploit us. We vote for leaders who lie to us. Because the alternative that we were betrayed is harder to face than the betrayal itself. Trust is not the problem. Blind trust is unconditional, unexamined, unending trust. That is where evil thrives, in the cracks between our certainty and our silence. The paradox gets worse. Because once trust has been broken, the opposite extreme often appears. Total suspicion. We no longer trust anyone. We question every motive. We become jaded, cold, isolated. This is the damage evil causes, not just in the moment, but in the echo. It destroys our ability to trust again. So we find ourselves caught. Trust too much, and we may be used. Trust too little, and we may lose everything good about human connection. The solution is not to eliminate trust. It's to change the way we use it. Trust should never be a passive thing. It should be active, earned, revisited. It should come with accountability. It's okay to trust and still ask questions. It's okay to love someone and still demand honesty. It's okay to believe in a system and still challenge its flaws. In fact, that is the only kind of trust that deserves to survive. There's a deeper layer to this paradox too. Some people trust evil not out of ignorance, but out of comfort. They know something is wrong, but that person, that institution, that belief, it gives them identity. It gives them a place in the world. So they protect the evil, because losing, it would mean losing themselves. This is where trust becomes dependency. And dependency becomes corruption. Ask yourself, what have you trusted without question? Who have you defended because it was easier than seeing the truth? And what would you lose if you finally admitted you were wrong? That is the cost of real trust. The willingness to be disillusioned. Because only then can you rebuild something honest. Not perfect, not unquestioned, but alive. Rooted in awareness, not in denial. Evil doesn't always hide in shadows. Sometimes it hides behind a smile, and it gets away with everything because people trusted it, not because they were foolish, but because they were human. We descend further now. We cling to sanity like a lighthouse in the storm. In a world of shifting truths, unstable emotions, and existential dread, sanity is our anchor. To be sane is to be grounded. To see the world as it is. To be rational, measured, appropriate. But what if sanity isn't what we think it is? What if the very concept of sanity is just a well-dressed delusion? One that hides itself so thoroughly, we mistake it for truth. This is the paradox. Sanity that masked delusion. The idea that many of the people society calls sane are not actually seeing clearly, but conforming convincingly. That sanity, more often than not, is a costume, a performance, a shared illusion. We agree not to question, because questioning it would unravel too much. Ask yourself, what defines sanity? Is it logic? Stability? Normalcy? Now ask, who decides what's normal? Society. A culture. A moment in time. In ancient Rome, it was considered sane to watch people torn apart in arenas. In Puritan America, it was sane to burn women for witchcraft. In Nazi Germany, it was sane to murder millions for the purity of a race at every stage in history. The people who did these things weren't foaming at the mouth. They weren't delusional by medical standards. They were sane, functional, disciplined, obedient. That's what makes this paradox terrifying. Sanity often reflects obedience, not truth. It rewards those who fit in, even if what they're fitting into is sick. A man wakes at the same time each day. He goes to work, pays his taxes, smiles politely, never causes trouble. Everyone calls him sane, but inside he's hollow. He doesn't believe in what he does. He follows routines like a ghost. He is sane, but only because he has successfully silenced the part of him that knows something is deeply wrong. Now imagine the opposite. A woman who speaks too loudly. She questions everything. She cries in public. She claims to see patterns no one else does. She's called crazy, medicated, institutionalized. But what if she's not delusional, just unwilling to pretend? The line between madness and insight is thin. Many spiritual mystics, prophets, artists, and revolutionaries were called insane in their time. Van Gogh, Nietzsche, Joan of Arc. They said things the world wasn't ready to hear. And the world punished them for it. Because sanity doesn't just mean mental health. It means compliance with the dominant narrative. This is why so many people suffer in silence. They feel the dissonance. They sense the absurdity of modern life, working jobs they hate, scrolling for meaning, drowning in anxiety. But they keep going because everyone else is. Because admitting how strange it all is would mean breaking the spell. Sanity becomes a prison. A collective agreement to pretend the absurd is normal. We tell ourselves we're sane because we can function. But is functionality really the same as clarity? You can function in a toxic relationship. You can function in a corrupt system. You can function while completely disconnected from your soul. Sanity tells you, keep your head down, don't make waves, don't question too much, don't feel too much, don't break. But maybe breaking is the only way to see the truth. This paradox also appears in therapy. Many therapists know that sanity isn't always healthy. A client might present as stable, no extreme emotions, no major symptoms. But beneath that surface is numbness, detachment, suppressed trauma. Their sanity is a fortress built on repression. Meanwhile, another client might be erratic, angry, distraught, and yet they are confronting reality. They are in the fire, not avoiding it. So who is truly sane? The one who maintains control? Or the one who dares to unravel? Even the psychiatric world struggles with this. The DSM Manual of Mental Disorders changes with the times. Homosexuality was once listed as a pathology. Grief used to be medicalized if it lasted too long. What is considered disordered is often just what's inconvenient to the culture around it. And so we arrive at the haunting truth. Sanity is a moving target. And delusion often wears a suit. You might be living a perfectly sane life and still be completely disconnected from reality, not the social reality. The deep one, the existential, spiritual, emotional truth that whispers beneath the surface of things. Not to listen to that whisper is to risk your place in the world. To follow might mean losing your reputation, your job, your relationships. So we label those who do as mad. Not because they are wrong, but because they are dangerous. Because they remind us of what we've buried to keep going. This is the final cruelty of the paradox. Sometimes the mad are sane, and the sane are asleep. So ask yourself, are you sane because you're whole, or because you adapted well to a sick system? And if that system demands your silence, your detachment, your denial, what is the real cost of sanity? We move now into deeper shadows. Joy is supposed to be the purest of human feelings. It's what we chase through every relationship, every achievement, every small escape from suffering. It sparkles at the edges of memory, and we return to it like pilgrims seeking proof that life is good. But what if joy itself, sought too obsessively, indulged too frequently, begins to rot the soul from the inside? This is the paradox. Joy that withered the soul, not because joy is evil, but because the way we pursue it can become a form of spiritual decay, a hunger that never stops, a drug that demands higher doses with each use, a mask that hides the emptiness. Underneath that, we live in a culture that worships joy. We are told to follow our bliss, do what makes us happy, choose joy every day. It's printed on throw pillows, Instagram bios, and mental health campaigns. But buried beneath this endless push for positivity is a profound emptiness. Soul that was never taught how to suffer, how to sit with sorrow, how to find meaning in anything but the next dopamine hit. This isn't a new problem. Philosophers have long warned of joy without depth. The ancient Greeks spoke of hedonia, the pleasure of the moment, versus eudaimonia, the fulfillment of the soul. Hedonia feels good. It's wine, laughter, sex, comfort. But left unchecked, it becomes gluttony of the spirit. A life so stuffed. With pleasure, it forgets how to digest pain. In the modern world, we've engineered joy into every corner. Endless scrolling. Sugar on every shelf. Streaming services that autoplay the next episode. Apps designed not just to entertain you, but to hook you. This isn't joy as a sacred burst of emotion. This is joy as consumption, as anesthesia, as avoidance. And the more you indulge, the more fragile you become. Because when joy is your only compass, anything painful becomes a failure. You flee discomfort. You silence sadness. You abandon anything that doesn't feel good. You start mistaking numbness for peace. You start resenting those who bring hard truths, who challenge your comfort, who dare to live in the shadow instead of the sun. And slowly your soul begins to shrink, not from cruelty, but from softness. From a life of warm baths and soft pillows and never having to face yourself in the dark. Here's the bitter twist. Pursuing joy too relentlessly makes you incapable of experiencing it. You become desensitized. The food doesn't taste as rich. The music doesn't move you. The laughter feels forced. Because joy was never meant to be permanent. It's a flicker in the night, not the fire itself. When you try to hold on to it, you extinguish it. You chase it further into the void, and all you find is noise. This paradox deepens when we begin using joy to measure worth. If someone is smiling, they must be doing life right. If you're not happy, something is wrong with you. We punish ourselves for not feeling joy. We medicate away grief. We curate our lives into cheerful images to hide the silent ache within. And all the while, the soul withers not because it hasn't felt joy, but because it has never been allowed to feel anything else. Think of the child raised to always be happy. They're taught to suppress their anger, their confusion, their despair. They learn that love is conditional dependent on their smile. As adults, they become masters of joy performance. But deep inside, they are hollow, terrified, unseen, Or the adult who builds a life around pleasure, travel, wealth, endless romance, but can't sit still for 5 minutes without reaching for a distraction. They fear the silence, because in that silence, joy cannot save them. Even spiritual joy can become corrupted. The person who floats from retreat to retreat, always high on enlightenment, always radiant yet unwilling to face the roots of their suffering. They confuse transcendence with denial. This is not to say joy is wrong. Real joy is vital. It's holy. But it must come through life, not instead of it. It must be tempered by grief, by honesty, by discomfort. Otherwise, it becomes a parody, a glowing facade, covering a dry, cracking soul. The paradox, then, is this. The more we chase joy for its own sake, the more joy becomes hollow. The more we demand it, the more it slips away. And in its absence, we feel betrayed. By life, by ourselves, by the very emotion we worshipped. But when we stop chasing it, when we allow sorrow, silence, even suffering to breathe joy returns, quietly, unexpectedly, not as a constant, but as a companion. That kind of joy does not wither the soul. It waters it, because it lives in truth. So ask yourself, are you really joyful? Or just desperately avoiding anything that isn't? And what part of your soul have you sacrificed in the pursuit of feeling good? We descend again into the next contradiction. Light is the oldest symbol of truth, of safety, of clarity. We speak of enlightenment, of things coming to light, of stepping out of the darkness. We chase the light, we cling to it. We believe that in the light, everything will make sense. But what if the light doesn't show you peace? What if it shows you the one thing you've been trying to avoid? This is the paradox. Light that revealed the abyss. The moment when clarity doesn't calm you, it destroys you. When the truth doesn't set you free, it leaves you floating over a void. Imagine walking into a pitch black cave, unsure of what surrounds you. You're afraid, but you can manage the fear. Your imagination fills in the gaps. You tell yourself stories. It's probably not that deep. There's probably a floor. You take another step, then you find a torch. You light it, and suddenly you see it. An endless chasm beneath your feet, yawning into nothingness. There never was a floor. There was never safety. Only illusion. You were never afraid enough. This is what light can do, not comfort, but confirm the nightmare. And once you've seen it, you can't go back to the dark. We often assume knowledge brings peace. That clarity is a gift. But there are truths that once illuminated. Destroy the illusions that made life bearable. Think of the person who has suspected for years that their partner is unfaithful. They cope, they rationalize, they survive. But the day they see the message, or find the proof, the light arrives. And with it comes collapse. Or the survivor of childhood trauma who finally remembers what they have buried. The memory doesn't bring healing. Not yet. It brings terror, disorientation, silence. The abyss they've been circling their whole life is now visible. In these moments. Light doesn't rescue. It reveals. And what it reveals is not always something you can survive easily. This paradox is especially dangerous in spiritual practice. Many seekers look for illumination, for mystical insight, divine truth, ego death. But they rarely ask what the light might show. You might meet God, or you might meet your own shadow. You might glimpse oneness, or you might realize your identity is an illusion. Your memories are fragile. Your self was stitched together by accident and fear. Enlightenment is not always bliss. Sometimes it is annihilation. And yet, we keep walking toward the light because we've been told that's where safety is. That darkness is bad. That confusion is weakness. But darkness, at times, is merciful. It hides what we are not yet ready to face. When the light hits too soon, it can shatter the psyche. Leave you exposed, unprotected, unmade. This is why some people resist healing. Why they stay in denial. Because their mind knows what their spirit doesn't. To see clearly is to suffer, at least at first. The abyss has many forms. Sometimes it's existential, the recognition that there is no inherent meaning. Sometimes it's emotional, the realization that no one is coming to save you. Sometimes it's philosophical, the knowledge that your beliefs were built on lies, whatever form it takes. The abyss opens when the light cuts too deep, and in that moment, you understand why some people choose to stay in the dark, because it was never about not knowing. It was about surviving the knowing. This paradox also forces a cruel awareness. Sometimes the people who see clearly are the ones who suffer most, the ones who see the systems for what they are, the lies behind the smiles, the rot beneath the polished surface. They are not always sad because they are broken. They are sad because they see the world accurately, and they have no illusion left to comfort them. This is the burden of insight, but the story doesn't end there, because the abyss, once seen, is not the end. It's a threshold. Once the illusions are burned away, you're left with truth, raw, merciless, but real. And from that, you can begin again, not with false hope, not with blind faith, but with something stronger, clarity earned through collapse. That's the strange gift of the light. Yes, it can reveal the abyss, but it can also help you build something on the other side of it, not a paradise, not a dream, but a life, one where your feet touch real ground. So ask yourself, what have you been afraid to see? What truth have you kept in the shadows because deep down you knew it would change everything? And if the light came for it now, would you dare to look? We go deeper still. Peace is the dream behind every war, the promise after every revolution, the ideal hanging over every broken treaty. We worship peace, we light candles for it, we tattoo doves on our skin, sing songs beneath white flags, and teach our children. That peace is the highest good. But what if true peace cannot exist without violence? This is the paradox. Peace that required violence. The idea that every moment of calm, every safe neighborhood, every nation at rest is built not on gentleness, but on blood. That for one person to enjoy serenity, another may have had to bleed for it, and perhaps still is. We like our peace to be clean. We picture in gardens, in silent mornings, in lovers, sleeping side by side. But zoom out, and you'll often find something brutal just beneath the stillness. Peace, in the real world, is not the absence of violence. It is what remains after violence has already done its work. Consider the peace of a post-war nation. The streets are quiet, the flags are up, the leaders make speeches. But what's been buried in that silence? How many bodies lie under that stability? How many families were shattered to buy that calm? History tells this story again and again. The Pax Romana, Rome's famous age of peace, lasted over 200 years. But it was peace for the Romans, not for the tribes they enslaved, the cities they razed, or the dissenters they crucified. Modern nations boast of law and order, safe borders, economic security. But those luxuries often depend on a violent military, a powerful police force, a legacy of colonial conquest. Peace, for some, was purchased through the suffering of others, and yet we rarely acknowledge this. We enjoy the fruit, but deny the tree. We say, let there be peace, but we whisper, at any cost. The paradox deepens when peace becomes justification. Wars are started in its name. Cities are bombed for lasting stability. Regimes silence dissent to preserve harmony. The language becomes antiseptic, intervention, security, necessary force. But underneath those words is the same old story. Kill now so they won't kill later, even in our personal lives. This paradox plays out. Think of the person who finally escapes an abusive relationship. They had to scream. They had to fight. They had to destroy something sacred to build something safe. And yes, they found peace, but it required violence. Emotional, spiritual, sometimes even physical, or the person who stands up to injustice in their workplace or family. They rock the boat, they lose friends, they cause discomfort. But only through that disruption does something better begin. Peace is not always the result of kindness. Sometimes it's the child of conflict, but the danger lies in how we use that. Truth. Because if we believe peace requires violence, we can begin to justify anything. Every war becomes noble. Every crackdown becomes righteous. Every silencing becomes a mercy. We say we're fighting for peace, but we may really be fighting for control. Because real peace is dangerous. It requires compromise, vulnerability, shared power. It requires that we listen, that we change, that we face our own role in the conflict. That's hard. So instead, we reach for force. It's faster. It's cleaner. It shuts people up. But that kind of peace is always fragile. It's a wound stitched too quickly. It holds for a while until it bursts. You see this in families and governments, in entire civilizations. The peace bought with violence doesn't last, because beneath it is silence, resentment, memory. The oppressed remember. The wounded remember, even if they smile, even if they nod. The ground still burns underneath. So what then? Are we never to fight? Is all violence evil? No. Sometimes violence is the only option left. Sometimes it is a last breath of dignity, a boundary drawn in blood because all other boundaries were crossed. But even then, it is not peace. It is the end of something. It is the beginning of something else. It is necessary, perhaps, but it is never clean. And we must be careful not to confuse survival with virtue. Not all violence can be blessed. Not all silence is peace. This paradox leaves us with uncomfortable questions. What peace do you enjoy that was purchased with someone else's pain? What comfort do you cling to that others cannot afford? And when you seek peace, do you mean mutual understanding or just your version of quiet? We love peace when it favors us. We call for compromise when we are tired of being challenged. We preach harmony when we no longer wish to listen, but real peace cannot be forced. It must be chosen by everyone. Until then, what you call peace may simply be echo of violence in disguise. We descend now past the illusion of stillness. Faith is one of humanity's oldest lights. It has built temples, lifted spirits, united tribes. It gives people strength to endure the unbearable, purpose when the world seems cruel, and comfort in the face of death. Faith speaks the language of transcendence. It says, there is more than this. And many have survived the darkest nights by holding to that whisper. But what happens when that light blinds us? This is the paradox. Faith that undermined morality, the very thing meant to elevate the soul, becomes the thing that permits cruelty. When belief becomes unquestionable, when the sacred becomes untouchable, when the faithful become righteous to the point of inhumanity, then morality begins to rot under the weight of holiness. We see this in holy wars, in inquisitions, in the burning of heretics, in suicide bombings, in laws passed not because they protect the vulnerable, but because they preserve the commandments. People are tortured, silenced, erased, not in spite of faith, but because of it. I did it because I believe. I hurt them because God told me to. I don't need to understand. I just need to obey. Here's where the fracture begins. When obedience replaces conscience. When the morality of one's actions is not measured by empathy, harm, or reason, but by whether it aligns with doctrine. Faith says, trust the divine. But sometimes the divine is interpreted by men. And men flawed, frightened, ambitious can twist that faith into a weapon. They don't always mean to. That's part of the danger. A mother disowns her gay son because her faith tells her it's wrong. A judge denies rights to others based on religious principle. A preacher tells his congregation to vote for cruelty because God wants order. And each of them sleeps at night, because their faith tells them they're right. This is where the paradox deepens. Faith often creates certainty, and certainty is the death of doubt. And without doubt, morality can't breathe. Real morality is hard. It requires self-reflection. It asks, who might I be hurting? Why do I believe this? What if I'm wrong? But faith, particularly when institutionalized, can close those questions before they begin. It teaches that the good is already known, that the rules have been written, that to question is to sin. And so people do terrible things with clean hands. The paradox is especially sharp when faith elevates belief over action. Someone can pray every day, tithe generously, and follow every ritual, but treat others with cruelty, prejudice, or indifference. And yet they are considered good in their community because they are faithful. Meanwhile, the skeptic who loves deeply, who helps others, who tells the truth even when it's costly, is called lost, broken, damned. This is when faith becomes morally inverted. When the appearance of belief matters more than the content of character, and it isn't limited to religion. Faith exists in politics, in ideologies, in economic systems. Whenever someone says, I don't care what the facts are, I believe. You are watching faith override morality. It allows people to cheer for war, for punishment, for cruelty, because their side is the righteous one. They don't need nuance. They don't need evidence. They have faith, and with it, a sense of moral immunity. Because when you believe you're on the side of truth, you stop asking whether your actions are kind. You start asking whether they are justified. And anything can be justified if your belief is strong enough. This is not to say that all faith is dangerous. Faith can be luminous. It can heal, inspire, connect. It can remind us that we are part of something bigger. That the paradox warns us. Faith without humility becomes dangerous. When faith forgets its own fallibility, it becomes dogma. And dogma is death. That's why some of the most moral people are not those with the strongest faith, but those with the softest one. The ones who say, I believe, but I could be wrong. The ones who refuse to let belief silence their conscience. True morality doesn't come from obedience. It comes from compassion. From the willingness to ask again and again, is this loving? Is this kind? And if the answer is no, then even the most sacred beliefs must be questioned. This is the cost of keeping morality alive, not certainty, but courage. Not blind loyalty, but brave doubt. So ask yourself, what have you justified because you believed it was right? Who have you hurt directly or indirectly because you refused to question the belief behind your action? And what would your morality look like if you let go of needing to be right and instead aim to be good? Faith can lift the soul, or it can bury it in stone. The difference lies in how willing you are to let your beliefs serve morality, not silence it. We descend now beyond obedience into the war between what is sacred and what is right. We teach obedience early. Sit still, follow the rules, respect authority, do as you're told. And at first it seems like wisdom because obedience keeps order. It prevents chaos. It makes classrooms quiet and armies functional and cities governable. But what if the price of that order is your own moral compass? This is the paradox. Obedience that rejected conscience. The haunting realization that sometimes in doing exactly what you were told, you betray everything you know is right. History is full of people who obeyed. Soldiers who followed orders. Bureaucrats who stamped papers. Guards who locked doors. Citizens who stayed silent. They didn't all believe in what they were doing. Some were even horrified. But they obeyed because obedience is easier than conscience. Conscience demands that you stop, that you think, that you ask difficult questions and risk even more difficult consequences. Obedience only asks that you comply. It doesn't make you cruel. It just makes you harmless in the hands of the cruel. Psychologist Stanley Milgram proved this in his infamous experiment. Volunteers were told to administer electric shocks to another person. Each time the learner answered incorrectly, they increased the voltage. And most people, ordinary people, continued delivering shocks even when the person screamed. Begged, went silent. Why? Because a man in a lab coat told them to. They weren't sadists. They were obedient. That's what made it so terrifying. Because we want to believe evil is done by monsters, but often it's done by the compliant, by the polite, by the rule followers, not because they lack empathy, but because they're training their culture, their upbringing. Their fear taught them that obedience was good. This paradox shows its face everywhere. In corporations, where employees cover up unethical behavior because their boss said it was. necessary. In militaries, where soldiers commit atrocities because those were the orders. In families where children stay silent about abuse because they're told to respect their elders. And societies where people look away from injustice because challenging it would mean disobedience, and disobedience is dangerous. Conscience, after all, has a cost to follow. It might mean disobeying your parents, your leaders, your religion, your tribe, your country. And so most people don't, not because they're bad, because they're scared. Obedience offers protection. You don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to wrestle with doubt. You can say, I was just doing my job. I didn't make the rules. I didn't want to cause trouble. But that's the trap, because morality without courage is not morality at all. Conscience doesn't shout. It whispers. And it whispers at the worst times, when you're afraid, when it would be easier to look away, when disobedience might cost you everything. But that whisper is the only thing standing between civilization and collapse. The paradox becomes even darker. When obedience is rewarded, the ones who follow orders are promoted. They're praised for being loyal, professional, mature. The ones who refuse, they're punished. Labeled troublemakers, fired, exiled. Sometimes they're killed. Whistleblowers, resistors, dissidents. They are remembered as heroes after they've suffered in the moment. They are seen as threats because they obeyed something higher than the system. Their own conscience. And systems don't like that. This paradox touches your daily life more than you realize. Every time you bite your tongue when someone makes a cruel joke. Every time you go along with something that feels wrong. Every time you stay silent because speaking up would be inconvenient. You're not evil, but you are obeying. And maybe, just maybe, you're rejecting something inside you that knows better. We don't need more obedient people. We need more people who can say no, not out of anger, not out of rebellion, but because something in them refuses to participate in harm, no matter how politely it's dressed. The paradox, then, is that true morality often requires disobedience. It requires you to stand alone, to walk away, to say, I don't care if it's the rule. I won't do it. And then live with the consequences. That is not easy, but it is necessary, because every atrocity in history was enabled by people who chose obedience over conscience. And every act of moral progress, every liberation, every reform, every revolution was sparked by someone who refused to obey. So ask yourself, when was the last time you disobeyed for the sake of something greater? When have you said no, not because it was safe, but because it was right? And what would it cost you to listen to the whisper of conscience instead of the voice of authority? The descent continues. Compassion is often seen as the antidote to cruelty. It's the light in the darkness, the soft voice in a world that screams. The hand that reaches out even when it has been bitten before. To be compassionate is to care, to comfort, to relieve. Suffering, we teach it to children. We admire it in saints. We believe that with enough compassion, the world can be healed. But what if compassion misapplied, unchecked, actually extends the very suffering it seeks to end? This is the paradox. Compassion that prolongs suffering begins with good intentions. You see someone hurting and you want to help. That desire alone feels noble. You step in, you soothe. You offer understanding, you protect. But sometimes the pain they're feeling is a warning sign, a consequence, a truth trying to emerge. And in your rush to comfort them, you interrupt that process. You shield them from the fire they need to go through. You put a blanket over a festering wound because seeing it exposed makes you uncomfortable. This kind of compassion doesn't heal, it delays. It numbs. It wraps suffering in silk and calls it kindness. You see it in families. A parent sees their child failing, floundering, spiraling, but instead of confronting the behavior, they excuse it. They're just going through a phase. They're sensitive. They'll figure it out. The compassion is real, but it becomes a barrier to accountability. The child doesn't change. The pain deepens, and now both suffer under The illusion that softness alone can save them. You see it in addiction. Friends and family often try to protect the addict. They make excuses, they bail them out, and they avoid hard conversations out of love. But that love becomes enablement, and the addict never faces the reality that might have shocked them into change. Because sometimes the most compassionate thing is not a hug, but a boundary. Not "I understand, but I can't do this with you anymore." But we don't want to be the villain. We don't want to be cruel. So we comfort. And in doing so, we sometimes prolong their descent. This paradox also lives in society. We want to protect people from discomfort. We sanitize language. We censor pain. We teach people that being offended is the same as being harmed. But when compassion is used to shield people from the realities of life, we raise generations unable to endure hardship, unable to tolerate opposing views, unable to grow through friction. That is not compassion. That is emotional fragility with good branding. Sometimes people need to hurt. Not because they deserve pain, but because pain is how the body, the psyche, the soul says something must change. To take that pain away prematurely is to interrupt. The lesson. Think of a butterfly struggling to escape its cocoon. If you help it too early, if you peel away the shell, it dies. Because it's the struggle that strengthens its wings. Compassion would say, "Let me ease this." Wisdom says, "Let them fight, or they'll never fly." The same is true of human beings. There's a time to hold, to weep with, to sit beside. But there is also a time to step back and let the pain do its work. This paradox becomes most dangerous. When compassion is used to avoid guilt, I didn't want to say anything, it would hurt them. I didn't want them to feel bad. But the truth is, you didn't want to feel bad for being the one who hurt them. So you keep the peace, you smile, you enable, and they continue to suffer beneath your softness. This is how compassion becomes a mask for cowardice. Because real compassion is not always gentle. It's not always comfortable. Sometimes it's brutal. It says, "I love you enough to let you hate me for telling the truth." It means risking the relationship for the sake of the person. That's a harder kind of love. But it's the only kind that actually heals. And yet, the world resists it. We want safety. We want smooth edges. We want everyone to feel good, even when they're heading toward ruin. So we call harm healing and avoidance, grace and silence, support. And the suffering continues. The paradox forces us to ask, what is the goal of compassion? To make people feel better, or to help them become better? Sometimes those goals align, sometimes they clash. And when they do, you must choose. Real compassion is fierce. It holds the hand of someone in pain, and when the time is right, it lets go and says, "Now walk," even if it hurts. Especially if it hurts. Because comfort is not always kindness. And pain is not always the enemy. So ask yourself, where has your compassion become a crutch? Who are you protecting? Because you're afraid of what will happen if they face the truth. And what suffering might finally end if you dared to. Let it hurt first. You descend again into a gentler kind of cruelty. Sacrifice is among the highest virtues in nearly every culture, every faith, every moral code. To give of oneself for others, for ideals, for love, is seen as the purest form of goodness. The mother who gives up her dreams for her children. The soldier who lays down his life for his country. The activist who suffers for justice. But what if even the noblest sacrifices are not as selfless as they appear? This is the paradox. Sacrifice that serve the self. The unsettling idea that sometimes when we give, we are not giving it all, but taking in disguise. That some sacrifices are not born of love or principle, but of ego, of performance, of a deep and unspoken hunger to feel virtuous, important, needed. It begins subtly. You do something difficult for someone else. You expect gratitude. They don't give it. Suddenly, you're hurt. Why? Because your sacrifice wasn't unconditional. It came with a hidden invoice. You may not even be aware of it. You tell yourself you gave freely, But some part of you wanted something in return. Validation, recognition, moral high ground. This is where sacrifice begins to rot. When it becomes a form of currency. An emotional transaction disguised as virtue. The martyr archetype lives here. The person who constantly gives, constantly suffers, and constantly reminds others of it. They wear their sacrifice like armor. It defines them. It justifies their bitterness. It demands admiration. But their sacrifice is no longer about the cause or the other person. It's about them. About their identity as the one who gives everything. And paradoxically, they might even sabotage themselves again and again just to maintain that I always give. I never get anything in return. They don't appreciate me. These are not the cries of a selfless soul. They are the symptoms of a self bound up in its own performance. This paradox also thrives in families. A parent gives up their career for the kids, but later they guilt those children for their own unhappiness. The children grow up burdened not by love, but by the weight of an unwanted sacrifice. The parent believed they were noble, but they never asked if their children wanted that kind of gift. The same dynamic plays out in relationships. One partner sacrifices again and again. They put the other first. They do everything for love, but over time, that love becomes a trap. A weapon. You owe me, it says. Look at all I've done for you. Suddenly, the one who gave is also the one who controls, and the gift becomes a leash. Even in activism, this paradox can appear. People fight for causes. They endure hardship. They sacrifice time, comfort, safety. But if they are not careful, the cause becomes a mirror. Their suffering becomes a badge. Their sacrifice becomes proof of their moral superiority. They may begin to resent those who haven't given enough. They may speak in tones of righteousness, of exhaustion, of scorn. The sacrifice that once served a movement now serves their ego. And that ego poisons everything. Because the moment you give to elevate yourself, you're not giving. You're investing. And investments expect returns. This paradox asks us to examine the true cost of what we give. Not just the pain we endure, but the shadows we cast through it. Sometimes we sacrifice because it's easier than saying no. Because we fear confrontation. Because we want to be seen as good. Sometimes we sacrifice because we want to be owed something. To hold power later. To say, I suffered, so now you must. And sometimes we don't sacrifice at all. We offer ourselves up in a way that looks painful, but really, it protects us. It gives us identity. It shields us from confronting our own desires. It allows us to stay stuck while pretending we're being noble. True sacrifice, clean, untainted, is incredibly rare because the human mind is slippery. It wraps even our best intentions in layers of need, fear, and hunger. That doesn't make us evil, but it does mean we must be vigilant. Because sacrifice is powerful. It earns trust. It opens doors. It inspires. But that power, if corrupted by ego, can become manipulation. So how do we tell the difference? Ask, if no one ever knew I did this, would I still do it? If I received nothing in return, not praise, not gratitude, not even peace, would it still feel right? Did I offer this sacrifice because it was needed? Or because it made me feel like a better person? And most painfully, did my sacrifice actually help the other person or just help me feel useful? This is not a call to stop giving, to stop loving, to stop risking. It's a call to do those things without feeding your reflection in the process. Because the moment you give something away but secretly want it back, you've traded love for leverage. And what grows from leverage is not connection, but quiet resentment. So ask yourself, which of your sacrifices were pure? And which were just another way to serve yourself under the flag of virtue? The descent continues. Memory is supposed to be a gift. It gives us continuity, identity, lessons. It binds us to others and ourselves. Without memory, we are nothing but reaction creatures of the moment, without story or soul. But what if memory doesn't preserve us? What if it poisons us? This is the paradox. Memory that corrupted the present. The idea that the past once burned into your mind, can begin to distort your perception of now. That instead of guiding you, memory traps you. That the more clearly you remember, the more difficult it becomes to see what is right in front of you. You that felt it before. You walk into a room where someone once hurt you. Nothing has happened today. But your body stiffens, your stomach knots. You're not here, you're there again. Or you meet someone new and they remind you subtly, painfully of someone who betrayed you. You don't trust them. Not because of anything they've done, but because of what someone else once did. Memory isn't just a recording. It's a filter. It colors everything. And sometimes it lies. Because memory isn't static. It's shaped by emotion, by repetition, by narrative. The more you revisit it, the more you reshape it. And eventually it becomes less about what was and more about what you need it to be, to justify your actions. Your wounds, your identity. This is where the corruption begins. You are not living the present. You are living through the past. Every word someone says is interpreted through old conversations. Every failure is compared to a long ago embarrassment. Every relationship is haunted by ghosts you've never EXRC'd and slowly. You now becomes a shadow of then. You stop responding to reality. You begin reacting to memory. This paradox becomes most tragic in relationships. You tell yourself, I can't trust them. People always leave, but that's not true. One person left years ago, and now everyone else is paying for it. Or you say, I know how this ends, so you don't even try. You sabotage, you test. You retreat not because you know the future, but because you're still living inside a memory you never escaped. And the worst part, you think you're being wise, you think your caution is maturity, that your cynicism is insight, but it's not. It's a wound that never closed, and it's bleeding all over the present. This paradox is not just emotional. It's cultural. Nations remember. Movements remember. They hold grudges across centuries. Old wars are never truly over. Old wounds are inherited. And peace becomes impossible, not because of current actions, but because of remembered offenses. That no one alive even committed. Memory creates identity. And identity can become armor. Or a weapon. I remember what you did. I remember who you are. These are powerful statements. But sometimes they are also cages, because people change. Situations evolve. But if you are still interpreting them through the lens of the past, you will never see what they've become. Memory can also trap us in guilt. You remember the mistake you made, the word you said, the hand you didn't reach out, the opportunity you missed, and you play it again and again. And again, you punish yourself not once, but eternally. You drag that moment into every new beginning, like a curse you can't stop reciting. But memory is not always just. It doesn't always serve healing. Sometimes it serves self-sabotage, because if you're the one who messed up in the past, then you get to be the victim and the punisher. You never have to forgive yourself, because remembering becomes its own kind of penance. And yet, nothing changes. The present remains poisoned. The future remains unreachable. Because you've tethered yourself to an anchor made of memory, even nostalgia, seemingly sweet, can become toxic. The good old days become a standard nothing in the present can live up to. You start resenting what is, because it doesn't feel like what was. But that memory, it's edited, filtered, romanticized, and you're measuring now against a lie. So what do we do with this paradox? Do we abandon memory? No, but we must stop worshipping it. Memory should be a reference, not a ruler. A map, not a prophecy. You can visit the past, but don't live there. Don't let it dictate every thought, every decision, every heartbeat. Sometimes, the most courageous thing you can do is let the past be the past. Not because it wasn't real, but because it's no longer true. Ask yourself, what memory are you still reacting to? Who are you punishing because of something someone else did? What part of your present have you corrupted with a wound you never let heal? Let it go, not because it doesn't matter, but because you matter more. The descent continues into the illusions of choice. Choice is the foundation of freedom. The right to choose your path, your beliefs, your actions is held up as sacred. It separates the free from the enslaved, the awake from the manipulated. We are told, make good choices and your life will unfold with meaning and purpose. But what if making a choice doesn't open doors, but closes them? This is the paradox, choice that eliminated options. The moment when the very act of choosing doesn't expand your freedom, it shrinks it. The second you decide, you sacrifice all the other lives you could have lived. You don't just walk one road, you abandon all the others, and that abandonment is real. It's a kind of death. Every path not taken becomes a ghost. Every alternate version of yourself fades into the shadows. And yet they remain, whispering, haunting, not out of malice, but because they were once possible. This is the price of choice. It gives you one life, at the cost of infinite others. We don't talk about this. We celebrate decisiveness. We admire those who commit, who leap, who never look back. But the truth is, every choice is an act of elimination. And elimination feels like loss. You choose to be with one person. You give up every other love story. You choose a career. You bury the artist, the monk, the wanderer you might have been. You choose to become a parent. You close the door on a life of quiet solitude or vice versa. And once the choice is made, you can never return to perfect possibility. Even if you undo it later, the you who chose has changed. This paradox becomes heavier the older you get. Because the more you've chosen, the more lives you've let go. And sometimes that realization doesn't feel like wisdom. It feels like grief. What makes it worse is that we often make choices under pressure. Cultural pressure, familial pressure, fear. We're told, pick now, pick fast. Don't miss your chance. So we choose not from freedom, but from urgency. And later, when the dust settles, we wonder, did I choose this life, or was I just trying not to disappoint someone? And by the time we're ready to ask that question honestly, many paths are already gone. This paradox shows itself in society too. Systems offer you options, red or blue, this job or that one, success or failure. But they rarely tell you, by choosing either, you lock yourself into a framework that defines what winning even means. Real choice. That would require breaking the frame entirely, but most people never get that far. They're too busy choosing between mirrors of the same illusion. Here's the cruel irony. The more choices you have, the more painful the paradox becomes. Modern life offers endless options. Apps, partners, careers, beliefs. You swipe, scroll, pick, compare. And each time you choose, you wonder, was that the best one? You don't feel free. You feel anxious, burdened, haunted by the fear that somewhere out there was the right choice and you missed it. That anxiety is the sound of your unchosen lives tapping on the glass. Sometimes people respond by refusing to choose at all. They keep everything open. They drift. They stay in the limbo of almost. No deep relationships, no commitment, no full yes or no, because they're terrified of closing the door. But here's the paradox. Within the paradox, not choosing is also a choice, and it comes with its own loss. You don't avoid grief by avoiding choice. You trade one kind of grief for another. You grieve the roads not taken, or the fact that you never walked any road long enough to arrive somewhere real. So what's the answer? It's not to stop choosing. It's to choose with eyes open. To understand that every choice is a funeral, and to honor what you bury without losing what you've gained. Real maturity is not certainty. It's the ability to choose while grieving. To say, yes, I am letting go of other possible lives. And yes, I choose this one anyway. Because every self you could have been is watching. Not with resentment, but with hope that the version of you who was chosen will live fully, without apology. And if you ever find yourself trapped in the wrong choice, you can still choose again. Not to go back, but to begin something new, even after closing 1,000 doors. The door ahead is still open. Ask yourself, what have you chosen? Who did you become because of that choice? And Which parts of yourself did you leave behind? Were they worth the life you live now? The descent continues into the paradox of identity. To be conscious is to be awake, to know you exist. To think, feel, imagine, remember. Consciousness is what separates us from machines, from animals, from the unconscious dead. It is, we believe, the source of our freedom, because to be aware is to choose. But what if that awareness is an illusion? What if the very thing that makes you feel free, your consciousness, is actually the mechanism that proves you were never free at all? This is the paradox. Consciousness that denied free will. The unsettling truth that the more aware we become of how we think, the more we see how little control we actually have. You didn't choose your genetics. You didn't choose your childhood, your trauma, your first language, your early beliefs. You didn't choose the culture that shaped you, the education that informed you, or the fears that still drive your reactions, and yet every day you say, I chose this. I meant that. But what if you didn't? What if consciousness isn't a driver's seat, but a windshield? Not the thing steering the car, but the thing watching the road, desperately trying to make sense of where it's already going. Neuroscience has made the paradox worse. Studies show that the brain often makes decisions before we become aware of them. That what we call will may just be the after the fact narrative our mind tells to explain what it was already going to do. In one famous experiment, researchers recorded brain activity milliseconds before participants consciously decided to act. The brain had already begun preparing the motion before the subject felt the impulse to move. Free will, it seems, might be a story we tell ourselves after the fact. And the storyteller? Consciousness. That's the paradox's cruel twist. The more we understand about how consciousness works, the more we realize it might just be a narrator, not a commander. A witness, an interpreter, a desperate author trying to write meaning over neurological reflexes. So where does that leave morality? If our choices are determined by factors outside our awareness, what happens to responsibility, to guilt, to justice? Do we punish the criminal if they were programmed by trauma and chemistry? Do we praise the hero if their bravery was written in the code of their biology? If consciousness is just an observer, then morality becomes a spectacle, not a system of accountability, but a play acted out by puppets who think they're in charge. But the paradox goes even deeper. Because even if free will is an illusion, you still feel a right now. You feel like you could stand up, walk away, choose something different. You feel the tension of decision. You feel the weight of consequence. And that feeling is real. So now you're caught. You know that your thoughts are shaped by unseen forces. You know that even your awareness is limited by biology, language, memory, and yet you still feel responsible. That's the torment of consciousness. To see the strings but still feel like the puppet. To understand you may not be free and still suffer the consequences of your actions as if you were. Some try to escape the paradox through fatalism. They say nothing matters, everything is predetermined. But that too is a choice, or feels like one. So even surrender becomes another movement in the illusion. Others double down on free will. They say, I am more than my brain. I am spirit. I am soul. But where does that spirit live? How does it speak? And if it exists beyond the material, why does it still obey the laws of the mind? There's no exit. Consciousness is a hall of mirrors. Every answer leads to another question. Every insight reveals another layer of constraint, even the thought. I'm thinking freely might be the result of a bias you didn't choose. So what then? If we are not truly free, what does that mean for meaning itself? Here's where the paradox offers something strange. Perhaps freedom is not the absence of influence. Perhaps it is the ability to see the influence and still respond with awareness. Maybe you didn't choose your first thought, but maybe you can choose how to sit with it. Maybe you can learn to pause. To ask, is this me? Is this true? Is this useful? And in that pause, not in the choice itself, but in the space around the choice, a new kind of freedom might emerge. Not freedom from influence, but freedom within it, not absolute control. But graceful participation are not the master of your mind, but you might still be its steward. Even if your hands are tied, You can choose how to hold the rope dot, so ask yourself, when did you last feel truly free? What unseen forces might be shaping your every yes and no? And what would it mean to live not as someone who controls everything, but as someone who watches, questions, softens? We descend now into an even stranger contradiction. We turn to morality to protect us from the worst parts of ourselves. It's our compass in the dark, our contract with civilization. Morality tells us what is right, what is wrong, what should never be done, no matter the reason. But what if morality, the very thing meant to prevent evil, becomes the very thing that justifies it? This is the paradox. Morality that justified atrocity, because some of the worst crimes in history were not done in the absence of morality. But in its name, the Inquisitors believed they were saving souls. The colonizers believed they were civilizing savages. The terrorists believed they were doing God's will. The dictators believed they were protecting their people. And in each case, they didn't think they were evil. They believed deeply that they were righteous. This is what makes the paradox so terrifying. Morality does not always prevent atrocity. Sometimes it fuels it. Because once you believe something is absolutely right, anything that opposes, it becomes absolutely wrong. And once something is absolutely wrong, anything you do to stop it becomes justified. Even murder, even torture, even genocide. You don't need to be a monster. You just need to be convinced you're on the side of good, and that conviction can blind you more completely than any hatred ever could. This paradox shows up in small ways. To the activist who dehumanizes their opponents because they think they're standing for justice. The religious parent who shamans their child out of love. The whistleblower who ruins lives with truths that didn't need to be weaponized. They may not be evil, but they're convinced they're right, and that conviction gives them permission. That's the poison. Morality becomes a weapon, not a guide. Once morality is used to elevate your position, to say, I am good, they are bad, you are no longer serving morality. You're serving identity. You've taken something sacred and turned it into a flag. Something to wave, to divide, to conquer. This is why moral certainty is dangerous, because it rarely invites self-reflection. It punishes doubt. It demands loyalty. It calls hesitation weakness. And once you've committed to that framework, there is no atrocity too large if you believe it protects what is good. History is soaked in this blood. Children buried under the weight of holy books. Cities leveled in the name of democracy. People erased to preserve tradition, order, purity. The hand pulls the trigger, but the voice in the head whispers, you're doing the right thing. And so atrocities continue carried out by people who would weep if they saw a stray dog hurt, but feel nothing for the strangers they dehumanize through ideology, because morality without empathy is a mask, and masks don't feel guilt. The paradox deepens when you realize how eager we are to feel morally righteous. It gives us certainty, superiority, a reason for our pain, a target for our rage, and so we cling to moral narratives about our country, our faith, our people, our trauma. We say, we are the victims, they are the oppressors, we are the civilized, they are the savages, we are the righteous, they are the corrupted. And then we act not in violence, we tell ourselves, but in justice. We stop seeing the human in others. Because our morality tells us we can't afford to. This is how genocides happen, how witch hunts begin, how children are taught to hate before they've even learned to read, and it all starts with one idea: I am good, they are not. Even in your own life, this paradox can creep in quietly. You tell yourself a moral story about your relationships. I cut them off because they were toxic. I had to lie, it was for their own good. I punished them because they needed to learn. But underneath the moral narrative, there's often something else. A wound. A hunger for control. And instead of facing that shadow, you tell yourself you acted from principle. That's the danger. When morality becomes a shield to protect you from your own self-bash examination. So what can we do? First, remember, doubt is not weakness. It is moral courage. The moment you begin to feel absolutely certain that you're good, that your side is right, that your enemy deserves no empathy. Pause. Ask, am I using morality to guide me or to justify me? Am I serving truth or just my own need to feel righteous? Because real morality is not loud. It does not parade. It does not humiliate. It doesn't need to win. It is quiet, curious, painfully aware of its own limits, and when it must draw a line, it does so with grief, not celebration. So ask yourself, what moral story are you clinging to that makes it easier to hurt someone? Who have you dehumanized because it made your righteousness feel safer? And what would it mean to let go of being good and instead focus on being kind? We descend now into the next fracture of virtue. Knowledge is power. We've been told this since childhood. To know is to understand, to predict, to control. Knowledge is how we light the darkness, how we escape ignorance, superstition, fear. But what happens when knowledge doesn't bring light, but instead extinguishes the very flame it was meant to protect? This is the paradox. Knowledge, that erased meaning. Because there comes a point where the more you know, the less anything seems to matter. You begin with curiosity. You want to understand the world. You study, you explore, you analyze. You ask the big questions. You dig deep, and you find answers, but those answers lead to more questions. And the questions lead to complexity. And the complexity leads to ambiguity. And suddenly nothing is solid. What once felt sacred becomes explainable. What once felt personal becomes a system. What once felt alive becomes data. You learn about love through attachment theory, about grief through neural pathways, about morality through evolutionary survival, about art through cultural conditioning, about identity through psychological models, and bit by bit, the magic slips away. Not because the knowledge is wrong, but because it reduces. It takes what was once a lived mystery and turns it into a mechanism. It makes you feel smarter and hollow a dot. This is the paradox's silent violence. As knowledge expands, meaning contracts. It's not immediate. It creeps in. You learn how the brain works, and suddenly your thoughts feel less like yours. You understand the randomness of evolution and struggle to find purpose in life. You study history and realize morality is a shifting tide. You explore the cosmos and feel like dust on a meaningless rock. You gain knowledge, but you've lost orientation. The child who saw the stars and felt wonder becomes the adult who sees chemical reactions and gravitational collapse. The poet who once felt haunted by beauty becomes the scholar who only sees stylistic devices and socio-political context. And eventually you ask, is anything actually meaningful? Or have I just not dismantled it yet? This paradox is particularly dangerous in the modern world. We are flooded with information, endless facts, explanations, studies, algorithms, breakdowns. We can know almost anything instantly, but with that comes a strange numbness, the illusion of insight without the weight of understanding, the feeling that everything has been figured out and yet nothing feels real. We call it doom scrolling, but what it really is narrative erosion. We consume knowledge so rapidly that it no longer roots. We learn so much that we forget how to believe in anything. Even the search for truth becomes corrupted. We chase it not to find meaning, but to disprove it, to outsmart it, to deconstruct it until nothing is left but dust and irony. And yet we suffer because humans don't just need information. We need meaning. We need story. We need a reason to care. And knowledge by itself can't provide that. At its worst, it removes it. You see this in people who've studied too much and lived too little. They can explain everything and feel nothing. They speak in facts and frameworks, but they have no fire. Their soul is well informed. But starving, this paradox reaches its peak in the existential mind. The person who knows too much to believe, but not enough to feel free. They float above life, observing, analyzing, but never belonging. They know the mechanics of emotion, but they can't cry. They understand the illusion of the self, but they feel unreal. They see through society's masks, but they've forgotten how to put on one, and dance. Knowledge has stripped away their illusions. And with it, their connection to the world. Because meaning is not found through dissection. It's found through immersion, through risk, through wonder, through being wrong sometimes and still showing up. The paradox isn't that knowledge is bad. It's that without reverence, it becomes a weapon, one we use against our own sense of purpose. The wisest people are not those who know the most, but those who know what not to ask, what to let be, what to hold sacred, not because it's scientifically defensible, but because it matters. So ask yourself, what have you explained so thoroughly that you can no longer feel it? What part of you died when you became smart? And what might happen if you let something remain a mystery, not because it can't be solved, but because it doesn't need to be? Knowledge is powerful, but it is not meaning. Meaning is built. In the space where knowing ends and living begins, we descend again into silence that screams. Silence is often romanticized. We associate it with peace, wisdom, restraint. The wise man says nothing. The calm soul meditates in stillness. The peacemaker listens instead of shouting. We are told, in a world of noise, silence is sacred. But silence is not always gentle. Sometimes silence roars. Sometimes silence is the loudest scream in the room. This is the paradox. Silence that screamed the loudest. It happens in the pauses between words, in the text that never arrives, in the breath someone takes before walking away, in the dinner table where no one speaks about the thing that's burning under their skin. Not every silence is peace. Some silences are war disguised in stillness. Think of the child who waits for a parent to say, "I'm proud of you," and hears nothing. The lover who opens their heart and is met with a blank stare. The friend who's grieving, surrounded by people who don't know what to say, so they say nothing. That silence isn't healing. It's wounding because silence, when it should be voiced, becomes absence, and absence echoes. We assume silence is neutral, but it's never neutral. It speaks. It implies. It defines the edges of power. The oppressed are often silenced, not with violence, but with quiet. No headlines, no outrage, no acknowledgement. Their pain vanishes in the hush of polite society. And in that silence, injustice flourishes. Other times, silence is used as a weapon, not to avoid conflict, but to control it. The cold shoulder, the strategic pause, the refusal to engage. It says, "You don't matter enough for words. You're not worth my voice." That kind of silence doesn't avoid harm, it inflicts it. And yet, it often hides behind the mask of maturity. It's better not to. Fight. Let's keep things civil. I won't dignify that with a response. But dignity without truth is cowardice in a suit. It's a way of saying, I will not meet you where you are because I already decided you don't deserve it. That's silence. It's louder than shouting. More brutal than fists. The paradox deepens when we choose silence out of fear. You know something is wrong. You feel the injustice. You see someone being hurt, but you say nothing. Because it's not your place. Because it's uncomfortable. Because you don't want to make things worse. And in that moment, your silence becomes agreement. The bystander effect isn't born of apathy. It's born of silent consent. And later, we tell ourselves stories. I didn't want to get involved. I didn't know what to say. I thought someone else would speak. But someone else never did. And so the silence screamed. This paradox also cuts inward. The silences inside your mind. The thoughts you push down. The truths you don't name. You think you're avoiding conflict, but that silence becomes weight. A pressure behind your eyes. A restlessness in your chest. A scream you've swallowed so many times it now lives in. Your bones. You smile. You function. But you are boiling under a surface no one sees. And they call you strong because you're quiet, but silence is not always strength. Sometimes it's suffocation. You see this in trauma survivors. The ones who never spoke. The ones who buried it. Who pretended. Who carried the silence like a curse passed down through generations. Their silence wasn't peace. It was self-erasure, because to speak would have been dangerous. And so silence became survival, but the cost was identity, even in art. The paradox lives. A photograph of an empty room can speak more than a speech. A pause in a song can be more powerful than the chorus. A character in a novel who says nothing haunts the page. Silence has weight. It's not the absence of sound, it's the presence of everything unspoken, and the human mind fills that space. With fear, with longing, with doubt. When someone goes quiet, we don't feel relief, we feel tension. What are they saying? What are they hiding? What are we afraid to ask? That is how silence becomes noise. And yet, silence can also be sacred dot when chosen, when shared, when held as a space between two people who trust each other enough not to fill it. That silence doesn't scream. It breathes dot, so how do you know the difference? You ask, is this silence hiding something or holding something? Is this silence mine, or has it been forced upon me? Is this silence protecting peace or avoiding truth? Because not all words heal, but not all silence is gentle dot, so ask yourself, what aren't you saying? And why? What scream have you buried so deep that it sounds like silence now? And what would happen if you finally gave it a voice? We descend further now into compassion's inversion. Kindness is sacred. It's what softens the world, heals wounds, makes unbearable things a little more bearable. A kind word, a helping hand, a moment of gentleness, these things can save a life. We admire the kind. We strive to be kind. We teach children that kindness is always right. But what if kindness, given too often, too freely, or without boundaries, doesn't liberate, but enslaves? This is the paradox. Kindness that breeds dependency. Because when kindness is constant, when comfort is always within reach, when struggle is always softened growth, can stop dot, it doesn't always look harmful. In fact, it looks like love. The parent who always steps in. A friend who always says yes. The partner who always forgives, no matter the cost. The teacher who inflates grades to protect self-esteem. The boss who avoids hard conversations to keep things positive. Each act seems small, noble, even admirable. But over time, they create a pattern. You don't have to change. You don't have to face consequences. Someone will always cushion the fall. What was once kindness becomes enabling, the person on the receiving end may not notice at first. Why would they? It feels good. They feel supported, cared for, protected. But then a strange thing begins to happen. They stop making hard decisions. They hesitate before taking responsibility. They defer, delay, rely dot, and without realizing it, their self-reliance withers. Not because they're weak. Because they were never allowed to struggle. Struggle is how strength is built. Mistakes are how wisdom is forged. Pain is how limits are tested. But when kindness steps in every time to rescue, to smooth over, to soothe those necessary thresholds are never crossed. The person becomes dependent on the one who saves them. And dependency, over time, becomes entitlement. I need you. Becomes you owe me. Becomes if you don't help me, you're cruel. And the kind person trained to avoid hurting others keeps giving, even when they're exhausted. Even when their own needs are ignored, they stay in relationships that drain them. They absorb other people's crises. They put out emotional fires that aren't theirs to manage. They tell themselves, if I stop being kind, who will I be? But kindness without limits is not generosity. It's self-erasure. And the one receiving the kindness, they aren't thriving. They're trapped in comfort, paralyzed by it. This paradox, lives and families. The adult child who never leaves home, not because they can't, but because their parents made life too easy to outgrow. The sibling who keeps failing because they know someone will always clean up the mess. The spouse who never has to face their behavior because forgiveness always arrives before accountability. It lives in systems too. Charity that provides food, but never opportunity. Social programs that sustain, but never empower. Advice that soothes, but never challenges. Kindness becomes a performance of virtue instead of a tool for transformation. And kindness, when misused, can become control. If I help you, you'll need me. If you need me, you'll stay. If you stay, I'll never be alone. Some people unconsciously create dependency, not out of cruelty, but out of fear. They fear being unnecessary. They fear being alone. So they give and give and give until no one around them can stand on their own. And they call it love. They call it loyalty. But it's fear in disguise that others use kindness as a shield. They give to avoid conflict. They give to earn approval. They give so they never have to say no. But that kind of giving isn't kindness. It's self-defense. It creates dependency not from generosity, but from avoidance. So where is the line? When does kindness help? And when does it hinder? It comes down to this. Is your kindness helping someone become stronger? Or is it making them rely on your strength? Are you helping them up? Or are you keeping them from learning how to rise on their own? True kindness is not always soft. Sometimes it says, I love you, but I can't save you from this. I will support you, but I won't carry you. I am here, but only if you walk too. That kind of kindness doesn't create dependency. It creates empowerment that it respects the other person's capacity to grow, to stumble, to become, and it requires a different kind of courage. The courage to withhold comfort when comfort would cost someone their evolution. So ask yourself, who are you being kind to? At the expense of their independence? Who is depending on your compassion because they were never allowed to build their own resilience? And most importantly, are you giving because they need it or because you need to be needed? The descent continues now into a darker twist of redemption. Redemption is one of humanity's most sacred stories. It is the promise that no matter how far you fall, you can rise again. That your worst moments do not define your last. That light can return to even the darkest soul. We cherish tales of the redeemed, the criminal who finds peace, the traitor who sacrifices themselves for others, the addict who becomes the healer. But what if redemption can only exist because someone was damned in the first place? What if the beauty of salvation depends on destruction? This is the paradox. Redemption that required damnation, because the road to being saved often begins with a fall so terrible, so tragic, that it cannot be undone, only repurposed. And in that repurposing, something unsettling happens. The sin becomes essential to the story. Without it, there's no arc, no transformation, no redemption. You begin to wonder, did they redeem themselves? Or did they simply find a way to make their past useful? Worse, do they need to fall just to rise? We rarely question this in our myths. In fact, we glorify it, the villain who switches sides. The liar who tells the truth at the final moment. The executioner who lays down his sword. They become heroes not despite their sins, but because of them, don't we say, look how far they've come. We are moved by the contrast. But this is where the paradox sharpens, because it creates a perverse incentive. You must be broken to be beautiful. You must fall apart to be profound. You must fail catastrophically to have a chance at becoming extraordinary. And some begin to believe it. They chase their own ruin, consciously or not. They sabotage, they destroy, because they think that pain is the only path to meaning. They crave a story worth telling, and what better story than a redemption arc? They're not alone in this. Society often demands suffering before forgiveness. A person cannot just be good, they must be bad, and then repent. They must confess, be punished, lose everything. Then, and only then, can they be called redeemed. Redemption is not just about becoming good. It's about proving that you were once bad enough to need saving. And that requirement stains the entire process. Even spiritually, this paradox cuts deep. Religions often teach that humans are born flawed, that we are fallen, broken, sinful by nature, and that redemption is only possible through divine grace. But this means our worth is never innate. It must be granted after confession, after surrender. We are not good because we exist. We are good because we were bad and got saved, and so even our deepest moral systems are rooted in damnation first. This logic seeps into how we treat others. A person who has done nothing wrong, who is kind, stable, steady, may be overlooked. We admire them quietly, but we don't worship them. But someone who has been shattered, who has done harm, who fell to their knees in ruin, if they rise again, we call them inspirational. Their pain becomes a pedestal. And so the paradox reveals something haunting. We often value redemption more than innocence, and that means we value suffering more than consistency, because suffering transforms, and transformation is dramatic. It makes for a better story, but what does that say about us? What does it say about the people who never broke? Do they matter less? Are their lives less poetic, less redemptive, less seen? It's easy to overlook them because they have no flames trailing behind them, no ashes to rise from, and yet maybe they were the ones who never needed fire to glow, but we rarely write stories about them. The paradox also brings up uncomfortable questions for the redeemed. If your redemption came at the cost of someone else's suffering, are you still a hero? What if your new life, your clarity, your peace required the betrayal, the trauma, the death of someone else? Are you clean just because you've changed? Or is your redemption just another form of narrative laundering, where you take a history of harm and reframe it as wisdom? We love when people turn their pain into purpose. But what if they're turning someone else's pain into their purpose? This is where the paradox becomes a kind of quiet violence, because we accept redemption so easily. We may never ask who had to burn for it to happen. So what now? Does this mean we should not redeem, not forgive, not rise? Of course not. Redemption is real. It matters. It heals. But it must come with humility, with awareness, with grief for the damage that cannot be undone. Redemption is not a trophy. It is not a plot twist. It is not a moral currency. It is a process, a responsibility, a quiet act of trying to build something better from the ruins without pretending. The ruins were necessary. So ask yourself, what stories of redemption have you celebrated? And what pain did those stories require? And if you seek redemption, is it because you truly want to become better, because you want to feel saved? We descend again into strength's quiet collapse. Strength is celebrated. We admire those who endure, who overcome, who refuse to break. We tell stories of warriors, survivors, leaders, those who carried others, protected the weak, stood firm when everyone else fell. Strength is seen as moral, noble, necessary. We aspire to be strong, and we seek strong people to lead us, love us, raise us. But what if strength, in the wrong hands or even in the right ones, can do something unforgivable? This is the paradox. Strength that broke the innocent. The haunting truth that sometimes the powerful don't need to be cruel to do damage. They only need to exist in proximity to the powerless. Their presence is enough to bend the air around them. Their certainty is enough to silence other voices. Their resilience is enough to erase fragility, as if it were weakness. We assume the strong are protectors. But strength without awareness can crush. Consider the parent who prides themselves on being tough. They never cry, they never falter. And so when their child shows fear or sadness or softness, they respond with, toughen up, life isn't fair, don't be weak. They don't mean to harm. They believe they're preparing the child for the world. But what they're really doing is teaching that innocence is dangerous, that vulnerability is shameful, that emotion is a flaw, and the child, fragile, sensitive, open, learns to hide themselves, to harden, to pretend. Not because the world demanded it, but because someone strong did. You see it in relationships too. One partner's confident, composed, emotionally armored. The other is expressive, anxious, uncertain. And slowly, the stronger one begins to dominate, not by force, but by gravity. The innocent one shrinks, not out of fear, but out of comparison. They begin to feel small, embarrassing, wrong. They doubt their feelings. They question their needs. They start saying sorry before speaking because they believe that being softer makes them a burden. The paradox worsens when strength becomes idealized in society. We equate strength with righteousness. The loudest voice is assumed to be the most correct. The most stoic person is seen as the wisest. The most resilient group is told to lead by example, and those who break, they're seen as unstable, immature, less than. But often, it's not that the innocent are weak. It's that they are unprotected, still honest, still feeling everything fully, and when the strong meet that innocence, they don't always know how to hold it. They try to fix it, to sharpen it, to toughen it up, and in doing so, they break it, because innocence does not need strength. It needs space, it needs permission to exist without being reshaped, to cry without being mocked, to speak without being corrected, to feel without being diagnosed. But the strong often struggle to give that space, because they survive through control, through discipline, through silence. They cannot imagine another way. So when faced with innocence, they respond the only way they know, with force, even when they mean well. This paradox is not just interpersonal. It's systemic. Nations prize strength. They police the fragile. They erase the gentle. They tell the wounded to stand tall or be ignored. Institutions reward strength in their image. Tireless, emotionless, ruthless. And the innocent, those who still believe in tenderness and trust and openness, get chewed up. We ask survivors of trauma to be resilient. We ask those in pain to keep going. We reward those who carry burdens with a smile, but we rarely ask, why did they have to be strong at all? What failed around them? Who let them suffer so deeply that strength became their only option? And in doing so, we normalize harm, because if strength is always good, then the conditions that require it are never questioned. But true strength is not about dominance. It's not about control. It's not about hardening against the world. It's about knowing when to soften. It's about learning to recognize innocence, not as something to fix, but as something sacred. To protect it without reshaping it. To hold it without gripping. To stand beside it, not above it. Because the strongest person is not the one who never breaks. It's the one who can witness someone breaking and not flinch, not run, not try to fix them. Just stay. And in that staying, strength becomes sanctuary. So ask yourself, has your strength ever silenced someone softer? Have you ever dismissed fragility, not because it was wrong, but because it made you uncomfortable? Have you confused composure with wisdom? Certainty with virtue, power with love, and most painfully, what parts of your own innocence did you kill because someone strong taught you it was dangerous to feel? We descend again into the illusions of purpose. Purpose is a compass. It's what gets us out of bed. It gives meaning to suffering, direction to chaos, and hope to despair. We are told that if we can find our purpose, we can endure anything, and many do. They build lives, careers, identities, all around a central reason for existing. But what happens when that purpose, after years of effort, sacrifice, and devotion, leads nowhere? This is the paradox. Purpose that led nowhere. Because purpose can deceive. You begin with conviction, a dream, a cause, a person you want to save, a problem you must solve. A future version of yourself you believe will finally feel whole. So you pour yourself in. You study, train, endure, obsess. You give up rest, relationships, sometimes even your own health. You tell yourself it's worth it because it's for a reason. And then one day you arrive. The goal is achieved. The fight is over. The finish. Line is crossed. But there's no revelation, no transformation. Just a strange, hollow silence, and you realize the purpose you sacrificed everything for has nowhere else to take you. It didn't deliver the feeling you imagined. It didn't heal you. It didn't anchor your identity like you thought it would. Instead, it vanishes, like a ghost that disappears as soon as you reach out. You thought you were climbing a mountain, but it was a treadmill. And now you're exhausted, older, and unsure of what was real. This isn't failure. You succeeded. You did everything right. That's what makes it more painful, because it reveals a deeper, darker truth. Purpose alone doesn't guarantee meaning. Sometimes purpose is projection, a way to avoid emptiness. A distraction disguised as direction. We convince ourselves that we're chasing something profound, but we're really just running from silence, and in that silence waits the question we fear most. What if there is no higher reason? What if it's just making it up as we go? Some spend their lives in pursuit of inherited purposes. Be a good son, be a successful worker, be a devoted believer, but none of these are chosen. They are assigned, and when you finally stop to ask, do I even want this? You may discover that you never did, but now decades have passed. You're deep in the architecture of a life you never questioned, because questioning it would have meant dismantling the only thing holding you together. And so many stay. They keep chasing the horizon, hoping it will eventually turn into home. This paradox is especially cruel for idealists, those who believe in saving the world, fixing the broken, uplifting the suffering. They carry the weight of purpose like armor. They believe their pain is justified because it serves something greater. But the world does not always change. People do not always listen. The system does not always break, and so their purpose becomes a cage. Every failure feels like personal shame. Every delay feels like spiritual erosion. And eventually their identity fuses with struggle. If they stop fighting, who are they? This is the tragedy. Purpose, when it collapses, doesn't just leave a void. It dismantles the self, and yet there is something liberating in this paradox too. When you realize your purpose led nowhere, you're free to ask, what if I don't need one? What if life doesn't have to be justified? What if joy, connection, curiosity are enough? What if being present is more honest than being driven? This is terrifying at first. We are taught to justify our existence, to produce, to achieve, to matter. But maybe mattering isn't something you earn. Maybe it's something you allow. You are not a machine. You are not a project. You are not a product of your goals. You are a process. Becoming. A question that doesn't need an answer to be worthwhile. So if your purpose has failed you, good. It means you can stop performing meaning and start feeling it. Not in grand gestures, but in small things. In the breath you take without guilt. In the laugh you don't explain. In the kindness that expects nothing. In the rest that doesn't need a reason. Some say that having no purpose is nihilism, but maybe it's grace. Maybe it's freedom, because when you no longer need your life to go somewhere, you can finally be here. So ask yourself, is your purpose leading you forward or keeping you running? Have you become addicted to striving, afraid of the stillness that might speak truths too raw to face? What part of you has been waiting quietly for the chase to end? And what would happen if you let it? The descent now leaves the mind's illusions and moves into the soul's surrender. Power is supposed to protect the strong. It is the weapon of kings, the shield of generals, the engine behind empires. We are taught to climb toward it, to wield it, to master it. We say power reveals who a person truly is, but we rarely ask the darker question. What if power doesn't just reveal the strong? What if it destroys them? This is the paradox. Power that destroyed the strong. Not weakness destroyed by power. Not corruption of the unworthy. But strength, true, tested, earned strength, brought to ruin by the very force that was supposed to elevate it. History is full of such figures. The revolutionary who overthrows tyranny, only to become a tyrant. The visionary leader who loses their soul in the machinery of governance. The protector who becomes addicted to control. The warrior who forgets why they picked up the sword. Power is seductive, not because it gives you something, but because it tells you that you are finally enough. Strong enough, smart enough, worthy enough. And in that moment, a fracture begins, because true strength often lives in doubt, humility, restraint. It knows its limits, It listens before it speaks. It questions itself. But power rewards certainty. And certainty is a lie that strength rarely indulges. So power begins to reshape the strong. Not by breaking them, but by convincing them that they no longer need to be strong in the old way. They stop training, stop reflecting, stop doubting. They grow distant from the pain that once sharpened them. They forget what it meant to fight with nothing but their hands and will. And instead of enduring challenge, they begin to command outcomes. Power removes resistance. And without resistance, strength becomes soft. Muscle turns to ritual. Principle turns to decree. Eventually, the strong no longer remember what forged them. They begin to believe they were always powerful, that they deserve it, that they are the exception to the rules that apply to lesser mortals. That's when the fall begins, because strength without friction is not strength at all. It is inflation. A balloon filled with ego, floating above consequence, and when the pin finally comes, whether it's betrayal, loss, revolt, or failure, they are utterly unprepared. Because they have become dependent on control, on command, on dominance. They are no longer strong. They are simply in power, and those are not the same. The paradox deepens. The very traits that allowed them to rise courage, empathy, discipline, have been eroded by power's illusion of invincibility. They forgot how to bend, so they break. They forgot how to doubt, so they delude. They forgot how to fear, so they fall. This paradox doesn't only apply to rulers or generals. It happens to parents, to teachers, to CEOs, to spiritual leaders, to lovers, anyone who is entrusted with influence over others, over systems, over futures, is at risk. Power isolates. It silences dissent. It filters reality. And when you're strong, this effect is doubly dangerous because you believe you're immune. You think you can hold the weight. You think you won't be changed. You think power will make you more of who you already are, but it doesn't. It makes you less able to see who you're becoming. And so you drift, you compromise, you justify. Until one day, the people who once admired your strength fear your presence, avoid your judgment, question your motives, and you lash out, confused. Because in your mind, you're still strong, still righteous, still the hero of the story, but the story has changed, and you missed the turn. Now, your strength is a memory, and your power is a cage. Because once power becomes your identity, you can't afford to lose it. Even if it's killing you, you surround yourself with yes men. You avoid truth tellers. You fear transparency. You punish disobedience. You become the thing you once resisted. This is how power destroys the strong. Not with poison, but with flattery. Not with chains, but with freedom. And freedom, unchecked, becomes license, until nothing is sacred. Not love, not trust, not responsibility. Only the preservation of your control. So what is the alternative? Can a person be powerful and remain strong? Yes, but only if they remain accountable. If they remember what made them strong in the first place, if they keep returning to humility, vulnerability, pain, if they allow others to challenge them, to correct them, to see them without the mask. Power must be held like fire, carefully, attentively, never forgetfully, because fire lights the way, but it also consumes. So ask yourself, where in your life have you been given power? And where has it begun to shape you? Are you still strong or just loud? Are you still leading or just maintaining control? Are you still listening or only commanding? Because the strongest among us are not those who rule, but those who remember that they too can fall. And when power whispers otherwise, they do not believe it. We now descend into the next fracture of the self, where scrutiny doesn't just expose truth, it dissolves identity. Who are you, really? Not the version you show to others. Not the role you play at work, at home, online. Not the traits you've gathered like badges, loyal, driven, introverted, funny. Strip all that away. Now ask again, who are you when nothing is left to hide behind? This is the paradox. Self that dissolved under scrutiny, because we all want to believe there's a core me underneath it all. A fixed identity, a true self. Something solid we can point to and say, this is who I am. But what if that's not how it works? What if the more closely you examine the self, the more it slips away? You begin with small questions. Why do I like what I like? Why did I react that way? Why do I crave approval? Why do I avoid certain people or situations or truths? You peel back layers: childhood, trauma, habit, conditioning, fear. Each answer only leads to another question. And the closer you get, the less certain you become that there's anything underneath it all. You realize you are not one thing. You are a collage of responses, an echo of influence. A story, constantly rewritten, and then it hits you. Maybe there is no solid you. It's a flickering narrative trying desperately to stay consistent. This is where the self begins to dissolve. You notice how your opinions shift depending on who you're with, how your sense of right and wrong is shaped more by culture than by principle, how your authentic choices are often reactions to fear, expectation, or longing. And worst of all, you realize how much of your personality is performance, not because you're fake, but because you've never stopped acting. You've been on stage since you could speak, playing the version of yourself that keeps you safe, admired, needed. And now, under scrutiny, the stage collapses. You try to catch something real in the wreckage, but your hands are empty. Who are you without your roles, your trauma, your achievements, your style, your voice, your history? You dig deeper. Maybe your values are who you are, but where did those come from? Books? Parents? Fear of being unloved? Even your morality feels inherited, a script someone else wrote in your handwriting. You are not discovering yourself. You are watching yourself vanish. And in this moment, something strange happens. You feel both terror and relief. Terror, because you thought you had a center, a soul, a self, a solid truth. But now it seems like your identity is just a mirror reflecting whatever stares into it. Relief, because maybe, just maybe, you are no longer trapped by that self. You can stop pretending. You can let go, but let go into what? Because the world doesn't know what to do with people who don't have a fixed identity. Society demands continuity. Friends expect consistency. Your job, your partner, your family, they all need you to be someone. But what if you're not? What if your self is just a placeholder? A temporary agreement between memory and behavior? A ghost that appears only when observed? And then what does that make you? Are you a fraud? A shapeshifter? A philosophical glitch? Or are you free? Because maybe the self isn't something to be found, but something to be released. Maybe what dissolves under scrutiny is not your soul, but your illusion. And maybe that's not a loss. Maybe that's the beginning of something deeper. A selfless self. One not obsessed with defining itself, but simply experiencing, existing without armor, acting without identity, loving without story. But few make it that far. Most turn back. They reassemble their mask. They retreat into belief. They pick a label, a personality type, a brand, anything to hold on to a feeling of solidity. Because in truth, we don't want to be free. We want to be real. Even if it's fake. Because if I don't know who I am, then how can I be loved? How can I be trusted? How can I matter? This is the final fracture. The fear that without identity, you are invisible. That no one will ever truly know you, because there is no you to know. But what if that's the wrong question? What if meaning isn't built on being someone, but on being present? Fully, unrehearsed, unfinished, alive. And what if that presence raw, shifting, wordless, is the only truth that survives scrutiny? Not a self, but an opening, a flame flickering in the void. So ask yourself, when you strip away the roles, what's left? When you stop performing, who's watching? When the story ends, does anything remain? And if the answer is no, is that a tragedy or a liberation? We now move forward to a mind that no longer seeks to understand, but to justify its unraveling. You trust your mind, don't you? It's the compass you use to navigate the world, the instrument of your sanity. The shield that separates you from chaos. We tell ourselves, as long as I can think clearly, I'm safe. As long as I can reason, I won't go mad. But what if reason doesn't protect you from madness? What if it leads you to it? This is the paradox. Reason that justified madness. Because madness isn't always irrational. Sometimes it's built on logic. Structured thought. Cold, clean argument. Not chaos, but clarity turned cruel. Think of the man who believes he is being watched. He notices patterns. Strangers glance at him too long. A car follows him for several blocks. A voice on the radio seems to reference his thoughts. He connects the dots methodically. He builds a case. It all makes sense. He's paranoid, yes. But he's not illogical. He's reasoning from a poisoned premise. That's how madness enters, through a crack in the foundation. And once it's there, logic becomes a weapon turned inward, that you begin with one distorted belief, that you are worthless, that everyone is out to get you, that the world is fake, that you've done something unforgivable, and your mind so sharp, so efficient, proves it. It finds evidence. It organizes reality around it. It turns coincidence into conspiracy, silence into condemnation, kindness into manipulation. You are not thinking badly. You are thinking too well. So well. In fact, that no contrary evidence can survive. That is the terrifying elegance of this paradox. Reason becomes the fuel, not the cure of insanity. Philosophers are not immune. In fact, they are most vulnerable. They chase pure thought. They dissect assumptions. They question everything. And in the absence of solid ground, the mind can spiral, not into nonsense, but into perfect, airtight conclusions built on a single wrong assumption. Descartes said, I think, therefore I am. But what if the thinking mind isn't proof of existence, but just the illusion of it? What if thinking is just the echo of madness wearing a crown? Consider the tyrant who kills in the name of order, the scientist who tortures in the name of truth, the revolutionary who justifies atrocity for a better future. They are not frothing at the mouth. They are calm. They have spreadsheets, arguments, philosophical frameworks. Their madness is not wild. It is measured, because once a mind believes it is always right, anything becomes permissible, and the smarter the mind, the more terrifying its ability to rationalize evil. You see this in cult leaders, in genocidal regimes, in broken lovers who hurt the ones they claim to love, because their pain is logical to them. They don't feel insane. They feel justified. And that's what makes this paradox so corrosive. It erodes the boundary between sanity and madness. Because the truly mad aren't always chaotic. They're sometimes terrifyingly coherent. And now you have to ask, could it happen to you? Have you ever talked yourself into despair? Built a flawless argument for why you're unlovable? Why life is meaningless? Why you deserve pain? Have you ever turned your own intelligence against yourself? Then you already know how reason can betray you. It doesn't scream. It whispers. It uses your voice. It uses truth, bent just slightly, until the whole structure leans into shadow. So what's the antidote? Is it emotion? Faith? Silence? Maybe. Or maybe it's doubt. Not the crippling kind. Not indecision. But radical, compassionate doubt, the kind that looks at your most convincing thoughts and asks, but what if I'm wrong? The kind that doesn't worship reason, but watches it carefully, like a brilliant but dangerous creature, the kind that allows space for mystery, contradiction, and grace, because not everything that makes sense is good. Not everything that is logical is true. Not everything that fits together deserves to exist. So if you find yourself lost in a story your mind is telling, stop, don't ask. Where did this start? Who benefits from this belief? What am I afraid would happen if I didn't believe this? And most of all, what part of me is trying to survive by calling this madness reason? Sometimes the only way out is not to outthink the madness, but to stop believing that thought is always your friend. To choose presence over analysis. to choose being over-explaining, to let the mind spin and not chase it. Because the moment you believe every thought is sacred, you hand over the keys to the part of you that can't stop burning the house down, just to feel in control. So ask yourself, is your reasoning helping you? Or is it helping the part of you that wants to break? And if reason is leading you deeper into the dark, maybe the first sane act is to stop following. We now step beyond logic into a fear so primal, it will protect your enemies just to avoid being seen. Fear is supposed to keep us safe. It warns us of danger, tells us when to run, when to hide, when to fight. It's ancient, efficient, and deeply loyal to survival. But what happens when that fear, so eager to protect you, starts protecting your enemy instead? This is the paradox. Fear that protected the enemy at first, it sounds absurd. Why would fear ever shield the thing that threatens you? But look closer into your own life, your patterns, your silences, and you'll see it. Fear doesn't care about what's right. It doesn't care about truth. It doesn't even care about freedom. Fear only cares about familiarity and control. And sometimes your enemy lives in the familiar. The abusive partner, the manipulative parent, the toxic boss, the belief that hurts you but gives you identity, the system that cages you but tells you who you are. And fear whispers, stay, don't make it worse. At least you know this pain. At least this enemy is predictable. So you stop resisting, you rationalize, you minimize, you adapt that you think you're surviving, but you're defending the very thing that's breaking you. And it's not just personal. Look at history. Oppressed people defending the tyrants who rule them. Citizens loyal to ideologies that destroy them. Victims blaming themselves to protect the illusion of order. This isn't stupidity. It's fear doing its job in the most twisted way. Fear says, if you confront this, everything could fall apart. So instead, it keeps things together, even if together means suffering. Because fear equates stability with safety, even if the stability is a prison. Even if the safety is a lie. You can see this in relationships. You stay with someone who belittles you, not because you love them, but because you fear what life would look like without them. You defend them to others. You tell yourself it's not so bad. You become their shield, because if you admit the truth, you'd have to face the collapse, the grief, the uncertainty, the rebuilding, and fear is allergic to collapse. So it protects the enemy. Not because it loves them, but because it's terrified of the alternative. It's the same with beliefs. You hold on to an ideology. Even when it contradicts your values, you repeat mantras you don't believe anymore. You dismiss evidence, avoid books, tune out voices. Because if the belief crumbles, who are you? Fear whispers, don't go there, don't question. Don't wake the beast. So instead of confronting the lie, you defend it. Fear makes you the enemy's soldier, their spokesperson, their shield. And the more intelligent or empathetic you are, the better you become at justifying this defense. You say, they're doing their best. I'm just being loyal. This is how the world works. Maybe I'm the problem, but those words aren't truth. They're armor, worn by a part of you that doesn't want to be exposed. Because confronting the enemy means confronting your own complicity, your silence, your hesitation, your false peace. And fear will do anything to keep you from that mirror. So how do you break the spell? Not by attacking fear, but by naming it. Call it what it is. Not weakness, but reflex. Not evil, but overprotection. Say, I'm afraid of being alone. I'm afraid of chaos. I'm afraid that if I let go of this enemy, there will be nothing left. And suddenly fear softens, because when it's seen, it no longer needs to sneak. It doesn't need to manipulate. It doesn't need to protect the enemy. It can protect you, but that only happens when you choose to stop letting fear decide what's familiar and start choosing what's true. It will hurt. There will be grief, collapse, disorientation. But after that, freedom. Freedom not from fear, but from its chains to the past, Freedom to define safety on your own terms. Freedom to choose what you protect, because your enemy isn't just out there. Sometimes it's inside you. The voice that says you don't deserve better. The habit that numbs. The pattern that repeats. The boundary you never set. And fear left unchecked will protect all of it. Until one day you realize you were the last guard standing at the gates of your own suffering. So ask yourself, what am I still defending? That once hurt me? What have I refused to question? Because fear told me not to. And who benefits from my silence? Because once you stop protecting the enemy, you will feel raw, vulnerable, but also ready to see, ready to choose, ready to face the truth, even if your voice shakes when you speak it. And when you do, fear will still be there. But this time, it will follow you. Now we step into the next paradox, where the ego, in trying to be something, hides the fact that it is nothing at all. You walk into a room and suddenly, without realizing it, you become someone. You posture, you smile, you shrink, you perform. You measure your words, you calculate the effect. And most of all, you try to matter. This is the ego at work. And it feels like you. Your pride, your voice, your confidence, your drive. But what if it isn't? What if your ego isn't yourself, but a mask worn by emptiness to avoid being seen? This is the paradox. Ego that disguised emptiness. Because the ego tells you it's essential, that without it you'd disappear. You'd be invisible, voiceless, forgotten. But the deeper you look, the more you realize the ego is always working to distract you from one thing, the yawning silence underneath. And in that silence, you feel it, the terrifying possibility that maybe there's nothing really there. Not a solid self, not a soul made of steel. Just impressions, reactions, echoes of childhood. A swirl of habits and insecurities given shape only by how others respond. You wear your ego like armor. A carefully crafted self-image. Smart, funny, mysterious, successful. But the moment someone doesn't buy it, you feel the panic. Because without that mask, what's left? The ego says, you are your achievements. But if the trophies vanish, are you still valuable? The ego says, you are your story. But if your story is challenged, what remains? The ego says, you are what others admire. But if no, one's watching, do you still exist? It's not that the ego is evil. It's a survival tool. It keeps you functioning in a world that demands identity. It organizes chaos. It gives you something to point at and say, yes, that's me. But here's the twist. The ego isn't built on truth. It's built on fear. Fear that if you don't define yourself, others will. Or worse, no one will. So you build an identity. Brick by brick, praise becomes mortar. Success becomes scaffolding. Jealousy becomes barbed wire. You build until it looks solid, until even you forget it's hollow inside. And then something happens. A failure, a heartbreak, a loss of status, a moment of stillness, and a crack appears. You peek inside, and for a moment, you feel it, the emptiness the ego was hiding. At first, you panic. You try to patch it up. Another goal, another performance, another distraction. But the emptiness is patient. It waits. And the more you try to fill it with ego, the deeper it grows. Because the ego doesn't solve the emptiness. It feeds it. You become addicted to being seen, applauded, validated. Not because you're vain, but because you're terrified of disappearing. This is how the ego disguises the void. By demanding constant proof that you exist. And yet that proof never lasts. It fades. It must be chased again. And again. Until one day you collapse from the weight of being someone. And you ask the most forbidden question. What if I'm not anyone at all? At first it feels like death. But then something strange. A softness. A quiet. Not the silence of nothingness. But the silence of presence. Without ego, you don't disappear. You become clear. You don't vanish. You simply stop needing to. Be separate. You are not the role, not the story, not the projection. You are the space in which those things come and go. A mirror, a witness, a breath passing through the body of time. And from that space, a new kind of self begins to emerge. Not built on protection, but on surrender. It doesn't need applause. It doesn't shrink from rejection. It doesn't cling to being special, because it knows nothing real can be diminished. Nothing essential needs defending. This is what the ego fears most. Not destruction, but irrelevance. It whispers, if you let go of me, you'll be nothing. But the truth is, you've never needed it. You've just been taught to fear what's underneath. And yes, that emptiness is real. But it isn't a void. It's a wound, a place where something deeper can grow. Not identity, but awareness. Not image, but essence. And the moment you stop disguising it, you begin to live not as a brand, not as a persona, but as a being free to move, free to change, free to dissolve, and still be whole. So ask yourself, who are you when there's no one to impress? What's left when you stop needing to be someone? And can you bear the silence long enough to hear what speaks from within it? We now descend deeper to the next paradox, where even wisdom becomes a cage, and the brightest minds forget how to speak truth. You look up to the wise. You seek them out in times of uncertainty, the elders, the philosophers, the scholars, the teachers, those who've seen more, lived more, thought more. Those who seem to know. We assume wisdom leads us closer to truth. That the wiser someone becomes, the more clearly they can speak. But what if that's not what happens? What if wisdom, once ripened past a certain point, stops revealing truth and starts hiding it? This is the paradox. Wisdom that silenced truth, because the wisest people are rarely the loudest. They often speak in riddles, or choose not to speak at all. They hesitate. They weigh every word, and sometimes they say nothing. Not because they don't know, but because they know too much. You see, wisdom is not just knowledge. It's experience filtered through pain. It's understanding wrapped in caution. It remembers the consequences of speaking out, the misunderstandings, the violence that can follow too much honesty. And so the wise begin to hold back. They've seen people destroy each other over truth. They've seen beliefs calcify into dogma. They've seen truths used as weapons instead of medicine. And so they learn sometimes silence is safer. But here's where the paradox deepens. Because while the wise protect the world from the dangers of raw truth, the world begins to forget the truth ever existed. It becomes vague, distant, lost in poetic phrases and parables. And the people turn to the loud, the confident, the absolute, the unwise. Because the wise are too careful to speak clearly, while the unwise speak with clarity and conviction. So the truth is drowned, not by lies, but by the absence of courageous wisdom. The wise become bystanders, guardians of insight who lock the gates for fear of what might happen. And the people suffer not from ignorance, but from abandoned wisdom. Consider this. A wise person sees both sides of every conflict. They know the pain on each end. They understand nuance. So when asked who's right, they hesitate, but the crowd doesn't want hesitation. It wants certainty. And in that hunger, it turns away from the wise and toward the fanatic. The truth dies in the silence between wisdom's caution and the world's impatience. Sometimes, wisdom refuses to speak because it knows no one will listen. Because it's already tried and failed and been mocked or punished. Sometimes wisdom silences truth because it has seen what truth can cost. The whistleblower, the prophet, the child who tells the family secret, they are often right, and almost always punished for it. So wisdom learns to survive. It wraps truth in riddles. It speaks in half-truths, metaphors, fables, or worse, it withdraws. Completely. It becomes inward, passive, distant. And the world grows louder in its absence. This is why ancient wisdom often comes through parables and poetry, not because the wise couldn't be direct, but because they new direct truth is rarely welcome. So now, in a time desperate for clarity, we are flooded with noise, while wisdom watches from the shadows. You may feel this in yourself. You sense something. You understand something deeper, but you hesitate to say it. Because you know how it will land, you know who will be hurt, you know how little people truly want the whole truth. So you stay quiet. You think it's maturity, restraint, grace. And sometimes it is, but other times it's fear in disguise. Sometimes silence is not compassion, but avoidance. Your wisdom becomes your muzzle. You stop speaking truth not to protect others, but to protect yourself. Because the deeper your insight, the more dangerous it feels to express it. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, your truth becomes a secret, first from the world, then from your loved ones, then from yourself, until all that's left is a hollow performance of understanding, but no longer the courage to share what you see. This is how the world loses its visionaries. Not through death, but through silencing. Not by censorship, but by self-erasure. So what's the way out? Not recklessness. Not blurting hard truths without care, but a return to integrity. A willingness to speak even when your voice trembles. Even when your insight is unwelcome. Even when the cost is real. Because wisdom that refuses to speak is indistinguishable from ignorance to those who suffer. You are not wise if your wisdom never leaves your lips. You are not kind if your silence enables lies. And you are not free if you have to swallow your truth just to survive. So ask yourself, where have I silenced what I know? What have I wrapped in riddles just to keep the peace? And when did I start believing that truth is too dangerous to be shared? Because sometimes the most radical act of wisdom is not to stay silent, but to speak anyway, even if it breaks the illusion. Even if it causes a crack, even if it offends, because some truths are meant to disrupt. And some wisdom is only alive when spoken aloud. We now descend into the next paradox, where rebirth, instead of offering transformation, becomes a prison of repetition. Rebirth is supposed to mean freedom, a new beginning, a second chance, a sacred promise that after every ending, something better can begin. We cling to this idea that we can shed our skin, rise from our ashes, and leave the past behind. But what if we're wrong? What if every rebirth is just a more sophisticated version of the death that came before it? This is the paradox. Rebirth at repeated death. It sounds hopeful at first, like progress, like growth. But look closer. Many rebirths are not revolutions. They're reincarnations of the same suffering in new disguise. Think of how many times you've said, I've changed. I'm not that person anymore. I've grown. And maybe you have. On the surface, new habits, new friends, new language, but the same emptiness creeps in late at night. The same fears take root in different soil. The same pattern, like a haunting, returns because you didn't transform. You just rebranded the pain. You went from one toxic relationship to another, this time with new rules, new terms, new boundaries, but the same ache underlies it, the same need to be needed, the same avoidance of loneliness. Or maybe you left. One ideology, one religion, one belief system, only to adopt another with the same rigidity. You replaced dogma with different dogma. You left the prison, yes, but only to build another, more beautiful cell. Rebirth can become a cycle. Not of freedom, but of ritualized repetition. Because the human mind is clever. It can mimic growth. It can dress up avoidance as evolution. You start over. You paint the walls. You burn the journals. You move to a new city. You change your name, but the ghosts follow. Why? Because you never actually let the old self die. You just buried it under aesthetics. You didn't grieve it. You didn't confront it. You didn't sit in the ashes long enough, and so, like all things buried too quickly, it returns. Not to haunt you, but to be finished. Rebirth without death is a lie, but death is uncomfortable, messy, ugly. True transformation means letting part of you dissolve. It means giving up control, letting go of who you thought you were, and we don't like that. So we skip the death and rush to the rebirth. We want the glow without the burn, but what is rebirth really if the self doing the rebirthing is still the same? You see this in spirituality, that the ego collapses, then quietly rebuilds itself in the form of a wise person. Now you're enlightened. Now you're awakened. Now you know better, but that knowing becomes armor. And soon you're preaching with the same certainty you once escaped. You've become the very voice you were trying to silence because you didn't die. You just changed clothes. This is how death repeats itself under the name of rebirth. Each version of you, a slightly altered mask over the same unfinished pain. So how do you break the cycle? By doing the unthinkable, letting the old self truly die, without rushing to replace it, without narrating a comeback story, without reaching for identity. Just space, just the unknown. It's terrifying, because who are you without your story? Without your goals, your trauma, your aesthetic? But in that emptiness, something real begins. Not constructed, but revealed. You don't become someone new. You stop pretending. You unlearn. You unravel. You remember the part of you that never needed rebirth to begin with, because underneath all the layers, there's something untouched by all your deaths. Something deeper than survival. Something not seeking identity, but presence. True rebirth doesn't look like a phoenix rising. It looks like nothing at first. Silence, stillness, uncertainty. And then, slowly, something breathes. Not the next version of you, but the part of you that never needed to change, because maybe the goal was never to become someone better. Maybe the goal was to stop believing you were broken in the first place. This is the paradox. Most rebirth is driven by the shame of who you were, not the truth of who you are. And that shame sneaks into every new form. Until you stop running, stop fixing, stop performing change, and start grieving. Grieving isn't failure. It's the only doorway to transformation. Not the performance of change, but the surrender to what's underneath. So ask yourself, what version of me have I resurrected? Over and over, just to avoid letting it die? What am I calling growth that is really just a rearranged defense? And can I sit long enough in the ashes to know what it feels like to be no one? Because only when you've let yourself truly disappear can something true be born. And what comes next is not a performance. It's not a mask. It's not a new name. It's just you, without your story, without your wounds. Whole, even in silence. We now step into the next paradox, where even virtue, the shining light of morality, becomes the very thing that builds the throne of tyranny. What is more dangerous, evil in plain sight, or evil dressed in virtue? History rarely begins with monsters. It begins with saviors, with speeches that promise fairness, with movements wrapped in justice, with leaders who wear compassion like a crown. We don't follow cruelty, we follow ideals, and that is how tyranny is born, not despite virtue. But because of it, this is the paradox. Virtue that enabled tyranny. We think of virtue as a shield against wrongdoing. But the moment virtue becomes absolute, the moment it becomes righteous, it starts to rot. A good cause becomes a holy war. A moral stance becomes a weapon. A protector becomes a persecutor. And no one notices because the language still sounds noble. The tyrant doesn't begin by saying, serve me. They begin by saying, serve justice, serve truth, serve the good. And who dares disagree with that? It starts small, a policy to protect the vulnerable, a law to preserve order, a restriction to silence hate. And maybe it is necessary. But slowly, subtly, that virtue becomes untouchable. It can no longer be questioned because questioning it sounds like betrayal. And that's the moment virtue stops being a compass and becomes a trap. Once people believe they are on the side of the good, they will justify anything. Censorship, violence, surveillance, erasure, not because they're evil, But because they believe they're doing what's right, this is the most terrifying kind of tyranny. The one that believes it is saving you. Look at history. Revolutions fueled by freedom often become regimes ruled by fear. Why? Because once a movement gains power, it must protect its own moral purity. It cannot allow dissent because dissent implies fallibility. And fallibility threatens the image of virtue. So dissenters become enemies. Even if they once fought alongside you, even if they agree, just not loud enough. Even if they simply ask questions. Soon, the walls close in. Not with guns, but with good intentions. You no longer punish people for wrongdoing. You punish them for being wrong thinkers, for being impure, for being imperfect allies. And in the name of virtue, you create a world of fear. You make people lie to survive. You make people perform goodness instead of practicing it. You make people disappear while claiming to protect them. This is how virtue becomes the mask of tyranny. And the worst part? It works because most people want to be good. They want to be on the right side. They want to matter. So they go along. They silence doubts. They point fingers before fingers are pointed at them. They adopt the slogans. They recite the truths. They kneel at the altar of virtue, even when it's burning the heretics alive. And by the time they realize what they've helped create, it's too late, because the tyrant is no longer a person. The tyrant is the system, the narrative, the unquestionable moral framework that demands loyalty, not thought. And if you speak against it, you're not just wrong, you're evil. That's how tyranny sustains itself, by making virtue the currency of survival. So how do we escape this? Not by abandoning virtue, but by humbling it. True virtue is not righteous. It's not loud. It doesn't demand obedience. True virtue is quiet, compassionate, willing to admit when it's wrong, willing to listen, willing to hold complexity. It does not cancel. It does not shame. It does not silence under the guise of protection. True virtue knows that no cause is pure forever. No movement is immune to corruption. No ideology deserves blind faith. And most importantly, true virtue never forgets the human. Not the ideal, not the symbol, but the person, even when that person is messy, even when they disagree, even when they make mistakes. Because the moment we dehumanize in the name of justice, we've lost the very thing we were fighting for. So ask yourself, what virtues have I turned into weapons? What causes have I followed without question? What systems do I defend, not because they are good, but because I'm afraid of what it would mean to criticize them? And who have I silenced, not because they were wrong, but because they made me uncomfortable? This is not a call to abandon your morals. It's a call to soften them, to stay open, to remain vigilant not just against evil, but against the ways goodness can be hijacked. Because in the end, tyranny doesn't always wear a crown. Sometimes it wears a halo. We now turn to the next paradox, where the pursuit of perfection instead of elevating humanity demands blood in return for purity. Perfection glitters from a distance, smooth, flawless, untouched. It promises peace, completion, a world without cracks, a self without shame. We are taught to chase it, to perfect our bodies, our minds, our systems, but perfection doesn't just demand effort, it demands a price. This is the paradox. Perfection that demanded blood, because the pursuit of perfection, once absolute, becomes violent, not necessarily with swords or bullets, but with shame, with self-hatred, with exile, with sterilized silence. Perfection is not a destination, it is a razor's edge. And to stay on it, something must always be sacrificed. At first, the sacrifices seem noble. You skip the indulgence. You hold yourself to higher standards. You punish laziness. You prune your emotions. You rid your mind of error. But what begins? As discipline can turn into cruelty, especially when the goal is purity, you start cutting away anything that doesn't fit. Flaws become threats. Imperfections become sins. And soon, you're not refining yourself, you're erasing yourself. You see this in the perfectionist mind. person pushes themselves relentlessly. They seek to improve, to rise, to transcend, but what fuels them is not inspiration. It's disgust. They don't want to become better. They want to stop being who they are. Every success becomes a brief gasp of air, followed by the drowning pressure. To be even better, and if they fall short, even slightly, the blade comes down, internally or externally. The punishment is swift. Shame, isolation, self-sabotage. Perfection does not forgive. It does not rest. It does not weep. It demands blood. Not only from the self, but from others. Look at societies that worship perfection. They build spotless cities. Enforce rigid moral codes. Expect conformity. Demand control. And anyone who doesn't fit, the poor, the mentally ill, the queer. The flawed is hidden, removed, silenced, or worse, all in the name of maintaining an image. Because perfection, once installed, must be defended. A cracked statue must be replaced. A rebel must be erased. A human must be cleaned until they no longer bleed. This is how the ideal becomes. Inhumane. You see it in religion. Holy perfection, sacred laws, eternal standards. And when someone breaks them, when someone questions them, they become a threat. Not just to the doctrine, but to the illusion of control. And so, blood is spilled, historically, metaphorically, religiously, not to punish evil, but to preserve purity. You see it in politics. The perfect nation, the flawless revolution, the pure ideology. Anyone who doesn't align must be corrected, or expelled, or destroyed. And the scariest part, it all feels justified, because perfection doesn't look like tyranny. It looks like order. It looks like vision. It looks like hope, and that's what makes it dangerous. You can't argue with a dream. You can't debate with a utopia. You can only point to the cracks and then be accused of ruining the beauty. So people go silent. They play along. They sacrifice their messiances, their uniqueness, their truth, just to belong. And perfection wins, not because it's real, but because we're too afraid of what happens if we say, this is enough. But here's the truth. Perfection is sterile. It is dead. It allows no movement, no contradiction, no humanity. It is a museum, not a life, a polished corpse. A mask carved from suffering, and behind that mask, people are bleeding, quietly, politely, privately. That's so. What do? We let the cracks show. We let messiances exist. We forgive flaws, especially our own. We stop demanding blood from ourselves. Every time we fall short, because perfection is not the highest state. Wholeness is and wholeness includes wounds. It includes failure. It includes noise and contradiction and chaos. It is alive. It is honest. It is unfinished. You are not here to be perfect. You are here to be true. And truth doesn't always look good in the mirror, but it doesn't ask you to bleed. So ask yourself, what parts of me have I tried to kill to become perfect? What parts of others have I judged for not fitting the mold? What ideals am I serving, and who has bled for them? Because if your pursuit of purity leaves bodies in its wake, you are not evolving. You are obeying a death drive disguised as discipline. Perfection doesn't free you. It feeds on you. Let it starve. We now step into the next paradox, where even destiny, the grand path of meaning and purpose, becomes the very thing that denies your ability to change. We love the idea of destiny. It gives life a shape, a meaning, a direction. It makes the chaos feel intentional. You are not drifting, you are called. You are not lost, you are chosen. You are not just anyone. You are someone meant for something. Destiny feels sacred. It gives our suffering a purpose. It gives our struggle a narrative arc. But what if that story becomes a cage? What if the more certain you are of your destiny, the more trapped you become inside the person you're expected to be? This is the paradox. Destiny that denied becoming because if your life is already written, then what space is left to change? Destiny is comforting until it becomes rigid, until it becomes prophecy. And prophecy demands obedience. You're not allowed to explore. You're not allowed to wonder. You're not allowed to question the road you're on. Because you're told it's the only road that matters, you begin to sacrifice curiosity for alignment, desire for duty, growth for fulfillment of the script. You stop asking who you are and start asking only who you're supposed to be. And in doing so, you begin to shrink. The self that might have bloomed in 1,000 directions gets trimmed down to the version that serves the plan. Becoming requires openness. It requires mistakes. It requires freedom. But destiny offers none of that. It says, here's your role. Play it well. You see this with gifted children. They are praised early, told they are special, told they are destined for greatness. And at first that feels like love, but over time it becomes pressure, expectation, a performance they can't walk away from, because who are they if they fail to become what everyone believed they were meant to be? They're not allowed to be confused. They're not allowed to fail gently. They're not allowed to not know. Destiny becomes a debt, and every choice they make, every misstep feels like betrayal. You see it in relationship. The idea of a soulmate, the one person you were meant to be with. It sounds romantic until it becomes a prison, because when something is meant to be, you start ignoring the signs that it's not working. You stay. You sacrifice. You endure because this was your fate. And in the name of destiny, you surrender your truth. You see it in religion, in culture, in family legacies. People are told, you were born to do this. You were chosen for this path. You were given these gifts for a reason. But maybe your gifts don't want to serve the story they were assigned to. Maybe your life isn't a single arc, but a series of transformations. Maybe your destiny is not something to follow, but something to break. Because destiny, for all its comfort, often comes with chains. Chains made of prophecy. Chains made of praise. Chains made of fear that if you step off the path, you'll fall into nothingness. But the truth is, the only way to truly become is to abandon the idea that you were ever meant to be anyone. You must risk disappointing the narrative. You must risk being misunderstood. You must let go of the need for your life to make sense from the outside, because becoming is not clean. It is not linear. It is not predictable. It is a constant dying and re-emerging. It is losing yourself, then finding someone you never expected. It is a spiral, not a line. So ask yourself, what identities have I clung to because I believed they were my destiny? What parts of me have I ignored because they don't fit the story? What possibilities have I killed before they could grow because they didn't align with the role I was cast in? And more importantly, who might I become if I stop trying to become anyone at all? Destiny may sound noble, but it's just a story, a myth, a comforting fiction we tell ourselves to survive the uncertainty of life. But life is not a script. It is a wild garden. Let it grow without asking what shape it was meant to take. Let yourself bloom into what you are, not what you were predicted to be, because true becoming happens when you're free, not when you're faithful to a fate you never chose. We now step into the next paradox, where kindness, that most tender of virtues, does not soothe but devours, turning gentle hands into sharpened claws. Kindness is sacred. We're taught that from the beginning. Be kind. Be good. Be soft where the world is hard. Kindness is the balm to cruelty, the antidote to suffering. It is how we make others feel safe, how we make ourselves feel worthy. But kindness, like all virtues, can be twisted. This is the paradox. Kindness that turned vicious. Because when kindness becomes performance, when it becomes obligation, when it becomes currency for control, it becomes something darker that becomes a weapon wrapped in warmth. You've probably felt it before. That smile that hides a threat. That gentle tone laced with guilt. That nice person who always makes you feel small. But in a way you can't quite name. It's the kindness that says, I just want what's best for you, but never lets you choose for yourself. The kindness that manipulates. That offers help only to create debt. That gives generously only to gain loyalty. And worst of all, it's the kindness that doesn't know it's vicious. because it believes itself to be pure. But here's the truth, not all kindness is kind. Some of it is control in disguise. Some of it is fear trying to keep things pleasant so nothing gets real. Some of it is ego wanting to be seen as good no matter the cost. Some of it is suppression, silencing, anger, grief, or truth just to keep the peace. You see this in families, Dot. The parent who says, everything I do is for you, while crushing their child's individuality. The sibling who never fights, but stores resentment like poison. The partner who never says no, but resents every yes they give. Dot. It's the kindness that smiles while seething, that forgives while festering, that understands when it really wants to scream, because being kind is safer than being honest. Dot. And in this way, kindness becomes a shield for cowardice, a costume for manipulation, a wall that keeps truth out. You see it in society too. The polished politeness of oppressive systems, the passive aggression in workplaces and institutions, the smile that hides the blade, and you begin to realize some of the most dangerous harm in the world is done by people who believe they are being kind because they never question their intentions. They never examine the power behind their softness. They never ask if their kindness is wanted or just imposed. And those who refuse this kindness, they're labeled ungrateful, difficult, broken, because vicious kindness doesn't allow rejection. It sees every no thank you as a wound to its identity. Real kindness doesn't need repayment. It doesn't demand agreement. It doesn't shame you for needing space. Real kindness is clean. It expects nothing. But vicious kindness, it tracks what it gives. It collects invisible favors. It waits silently telling how much you owe. And if you fall short, it turns cold or cruel or quietly resentful. And the worst part, you feel guilty because it was just kindness, right? How can you argue with that? But that's exactly how this paradox works. You can't fight back because you were never attacked. You can't name the wound because it doesn't leave a mark. You just feel off, like you're suffocating under the weight of someone's goodness. So ask yourself, have I used kindness as leverage? Have I hidden my anger behind politeness? Have I forced my care on someone who didn't ask for it? And have I accepted kindness? That left me feeling indebted. Because I didn't know how to say no. This is not a call to stop being kind. It's a call to clean your kindness, to strip it of ego, to let it be messy, imperfect, human. Kindness should not be sterile. It should not be a performance. It should not be a chain. Kindness should allow space. It should breathe. It should let others choose how to receive it or not receive it at all. Because real kindness is not afraid of rejection. It is not afraid of silence. It does not punish with guilt. It offers, and if refused, it smiles and steps back. So let your kindness be wild. Let it be true. Let it come with boundaries. Let it include honesty that say, I love you, but that hurt. Say, I want to help, but I also need rest. Say, this isn't my responsibility. Say, I care, but not at the cost of myself. Because sometimes the kindest thing you can do is stop performing kindness, especially when what you really need is truth. We now step into the next paradox, where belief, the foundation of justice and morality, can so easily blind even the most well-intentioned soul to everything outside its frame. Belief is powerful. It gives us direction when we're lost. It gives us conviction when the world feels chaotic. It tells us who we are, what matters, and what's worth fighting for. But belief is not the same as truth, and when belief becomes certainty, it can blind even the most just soul. This is the paradox. Belief that blinded the just. Because when you are absolutely sure that you're right, you stop looking. You stop listening. You stop learning. You become a hammer in search of nails, a prophet in search of enemies, a soldier convinced the war is holy. You see this everywhere across centuries and civilizations. People driven by belief committing atrocities in the name of justice, not out of malice, but out of conviction. Because belief, once hardened, stops being a guide and becomes a weapon. You can see it in history's darkest chapters: religious inquisitions, burning heretics alive, revolutionaries purging their own ranks for ideological impurity, governments imprisoning dissenters for the greater good, terrorists convinced their violence is sacred. Each time, the people behind the horror believed themselves to be just. And that's what makes it so terrifying. Injustice committed by evil is tragic. But injustice committed by the righteous is unstoppable, because they don't feel guilt. They feel purpose. Their belief tells them, this is necessary. This is for their own good. This is justice. But justice without humility becomes tyranny, and belief without doubt becomes delusion. You see it in individuals. 2. The activist who silences those they claim to protect. The parent who forces a child into a mold for their own future. The teacher who crushes a student's spirit in the name of discipline. The therapist who imposes healing on a timeline that isn't theirs. All of them mean well. All of them believe they're doing the right thing. But their belief has become too loud, so loud that it drowns out the quiet truth of the other. And in that silence, harm is born. This paradox thrives in black and white thinking. Good versus evil. Us versus them. Right versus wrong. But the world is not clean like that. It's murky, contradictory, alive. Belief that cannot hold contradiction becomes blind. It cannot see nuance. It cannot admit fault. It cannot evolve. And that blindness infects justice. You start punishing the wrong people. You start defending broken systems. You start dismissing new ideas because they don't fit your framework. And slowly, you become what you once stood against. The righteous become the rigid. The defenders become the destroyers. The prophets become the prison guards, and yet they still believe they are the good ones because they haven't examined their belief. They've mistaken their certainty for truth, but truth is not a trophy. It is not a possession. It is a relationship, messy, shifting, alive. To see clearly, you must let go of being right. You must ask, what if I'm wrong? What if the person I've judged has a truth I don't understand? What if my justice is incomplete? That question terrifies those whose identity is built on belief. Because if their belief cracks, who are they? If the cause they serve has flaws, what does that say about them? If the enemy is human, what happens to the war? And yet, that's exactly where justice begins. In a courage to question, true belief includes doubt. True justice includes humility. It listens. It pauses. It says, tell me your story, even to those it once condemned, because real justice is not about winning. It's about seeing, and seeing requires softness. It requires letting go of the armor of certainty. It requires standing naked in the face of complexity. It requires saying, I don't know. I'm meaning it. So ask yourself, what do I believe so fiercely that I stopped questioning it? Who have I judged without listening? What truths scare me because they might unravel? My identity? And who have I silenced in the name of being just? This is not a call to abandon belief. Belief can be beautiful. It can fuel courage, resilience, and hope, but only when it walks with doubt. Only when it allows for contradiction. Only when it humbles itself before the lives it seeks to protect. Because belief that blinds is not belief. It is controlled. Injustice without vision is not justice. It is vengeance in disguise. Let your beliefs be alive. Let your justice be soft. Let your certainty be cracked so the light can get in. We now descend into the next paradox, where suffering, once endured, does not merely wound, but becomes the very foundation of who we are. There is something strangely dignified about pain. We are taught to avoid it, to numb it, to move on quickly. But many of us don't. We linger in it. We replay it. We carry it with us like a name, because at some point, suffering stops being just an event. It becomes a story, then a scar, then a structure, then a self. This is the paradox. Suffering that created identity. It begins when pain is the only thing that made you feel real. When joy was fleeting, but pain had weight. When love was uncertain, but loss was permanent. When confusion was constant, but the 8 gave you focus, and so you start to build yourself around the wound. You become the one who was betrayed, the one who was abandoned, the one who always has to be strong, the survivor, the misunderstood, the scapegoat, the fighter, the loner. It feels honest. It feels earned. It feels like you, and maybe it is. Maybe your pain carved something profound into your soul, but then time moves forward. Life changes. You heal, even if slightly. You grow, you begin to experience something new, and now you're lost. Because if you're not suffering, who are you? When suffering becomes identity, healing feels like death. You don't know how to be someone who isn't tame. You don't trust a version of yourself that hasn't suffered. You worry that without the edge, the intensity, the darkness, you will disappear. This is the trap. You finally get what you wanted, peace, love, safety, and you sabotage it, not out of weakness, but out of grief. Because to accept joy, you must let go of the version of you who didn't believe it was possible, and that version feels sacred. She fought, he survived. They held on when no one else did. You don't want to erase them, so you cling to the old pain. Not because you like it, but because it's the only map you have of who you are. But here's the truth. You are more than what hurt you. Your pain shaped you, yes. But it does not define you, It is not your home. It is your path. A difficult one. An unjust one. But not the only one. You are allowed to become someone who doesn't flinch at softness. Someone who doesn't need to prove how much they've endured. Someone who doesn't shrink themselves into the trauma just to feel visible. You are allowed to be boring. To be gentle. To be happy in ways you never imagined. But first, you must grieve the version of you who only knew how to survive. That's the part no one talks about. Healing isn't just about moving forward. It's about saying goodbye to the stories that kept you alive. Goodbye to the armor that kept you safe. Goodbye to the identity that felt uncheckable, but was built on wounds, and that goodbye hurts. Sometimes more than the original. Pain, because the wound made you feel special. It gave you language. It gave you belonging, at least with others who were broken. Too. Letting go of that can feel like betrayal, but it's not it's integration. You're not erasing your suffering. You're honoring it by not making it the only thing that defines you, So ask yourself, what roles have I played for so long that I forgot they were roles? What pain have I used as proof of who I am? What would remain of me if the suffering disappeared? And more importantly, am I brave enough to find out? Because healing isn't becoming someone new. It's becoming someone whole. Someone who carries their wounds with tenderness, but no longer lets them steer the ship. Someone who says, yes, this hurt me. Yes, it changed me. But no, it does not limit who I'm allowed to be next. You don't owe your pain eternal. Loyalty. You can love who you were in the dark while still walking into the light. Let yourself outgrow the identity built from suffering, not because it wasn't real, but because you are. We now arrive at the next paradox, where control, the thing we crave to feel safe, quietly gives birth to the very chaos we hope to escape. Control feels like safety. We chase it like a lifeline, gripping tighter when things begin to spiral. If we can just plan enough, organize enough, anticipate enough, maybe we can avoid disaster. Maybe no one will leave. Maybe nothing will break. Maybe we won't fall apart. Control promises order. It seduces us with structure. It offers the illusion of mastery over life's unpredictable storms. But here lies the paradox. Control that birthed chaos, because the harder we try to control everything, the more fragile things become. What begins as protection becomes prison. What begins as strategy becomes obsession. What begins as discipline becomes fear. We've all seen it. The parent who micromanages their child's life, only to raise someone who doesn't know how to choose. The leader who imposes rigid rules on a team, only to create rebellion or quiet burnout. The partner who demands emotional precision, only to drive away the intimacy they long for. Why does this happen? Because control kills spontaneity. It suffocates adaptation. It strangles life into predictability, and in doing so, removes its ability to respond. Chaos isn't always a problem. Sometimes it's creativity. Sometimes it's truth. Sometimes it's healing in disguise. But control fears chaos, and so it tries to eliminate it entirely. And here's what that looks like. You begin managing people instead of relating to them. You choose certainty over curiosity. You stop asking what's possible and only ask what's safe. You set rules so tight that even you can't breathe. And when something breaks through anyway, an argument, a failure, a betrayal, you panic, you double down, you grip tighter. But the tighter you grip, the more everything slips through doubt. It's like trying to hold sand with a clenched fist. You're working harder, yet losing more. Why? Because control is based on fear. It's a shield built not on power, but on distrust. Distrust of others. Distrust of change. Distrust of yourself. At its core. Control whispers, if I don't manage everything, it will fall apart. If I let go, I'll be hurt. If I don't know the outcome, I can't handle it. And so control becomes compulsive. You plan every detail. You pre-argue conversations in your head. You make backup plans for your backup plans. You try to prepare for emotions before they happen, but life laughs at this because life doesn't obey. And eventually, your attempt to avoid chaos becomes the source of it. You alienate people. You drain yourself. You miss opportunities because they didn't fit your design. You begin to live in a state of chronic anxiety, not because life is chaotic, but because you've built your world so rigidly that even small disruptions feel catastrophic. And then the system collapses. The very thing you tried to protect, your peace, your relationships, your goals, they begin to rot under the weight of your control. This is the heart of the paradox. Control doesn't eliminate chaos. It creates it by denying life the flexibility it needs to function. Real stability comes not from domination, but from resilience. Resilience isn't about avoiding the storm. It's about knowing you can stand in it. So how do we break the cycle? Start by asking, what am I afraid will happen if I let go? And deeper still, where did I learn that letting go is dangerous? You'll likely find that your need for control was born from some wound, a moment when things did fall apart. When someone left, when something broke, when chaos hurt you, that was real. But building your life around fear of repetition only ensures you repeat the wound in new forms. So let go gently, not recklessly. Not all at once. Begin with small surrenders. Tolerate unpredictability. Invite play. Allow mistakes. Let people surprise you. Let yourself surprise you, because when you stop trying to control everything, you start experiencing everything. You move from managing life to living it. And ironically, you begin to feel the thing control promised you all along: freedom. Let the chaos come. Not as an enemy, but as a teacher. It's not here to break you. It's here to show you where you've been too rigid to grow. True power is not in control. It's in trust. Trusting yourself to adapt. Trusting others to participate. Trusting life to offer meaning, even when it doesn't follow your script. You do not need to grip everything so tightly. The world will not. And if you exhale. We now descend into the next paradox, where despair, rather than paralyzing the soul, becomes the unlikely doorway into pure clarity. Despair is usually the end of the line. The last room in the house. The feeling that nothing matters, nothing changes, and nothing helps. It is where hope goes to rot. Where light becomes illusion and silence becomes a scream. And yet, for some people, in some moments, despair does not destroy them. It wakes them up. This is the paradox. Despair that brought clarity, because sometimes when everything falls apart, you finally see what was never truly there. The lies you told yourself, the roles you performed, the illusions you clung to because they felt safer than truth. Despair strips everything. It doesn't ask for permission. It rips the curtains from your delusions and says, now look. And that is what makes it sacred. Not pleasant. Not good. But sacred dot because in despair, something dies. And in that death, something honest begins. You've likely felt it before. That strange stillness after a collapse. When the fight is over. When the pretending is done. When you're too exhausted to lie to yourself anymore, dot in that moment. Something unexpected happens. Your mind clears. Not because you're better. But because there's nothing left to protect, dot, no reputation to maintain. No story to uphold. No energy to keep spinning the wheel. You're just here. And in that raw silence, you start seeing things as they are. You notice the people who never showed up. The dreams that were never really yours. The beliefs that never served you. The obligations that drained you for years. You see what mattered and what didn't. What was true and what was noise. Despair has a brutal honesty. It doesn't flatter. It doesn't console. It doesn't let you hide. But because of that, it offers something no therapist, no book, no guru ever could. Clarity born from collapse. You stop chasing. You stop proving. You stop asking for permission to be broken. And in that pause, you meet a version of yourself you'd forgotten existed. Not the healed you. Not the strong you. Just the real you. The one who doesn't need a future to justify the present. The one who can sit in nothingness and still feel something. Sacred dot, this is the strange gift of despair. It teaches you how to live without hope. And in doing so, sometimes brings you to a deeper kind of hope. Dot, not the hope that everything will work out, but the hope that you can still exist even when things don't. You realize you don't need answers to be at peace. You don't need a plan to keep breathing. You don't need life to be fair to keep loving. You simply need to let go of needing it all to make sense. And when you do that, something unlocks. You stop panicking. You stop bargaining. You stop screaming into the void, and you start listening to dot, and sometimes it whispers back, not with solutions, but with truth. I don't want that job. I never loved that person. I'm tired of pretending I'm okay. I need to rest. I need to start over. I want to live differently. These whispers are the beginning of clarity. Not clarity as knowledge, but clarity as freedom. The freedom to stop, to change, to say, I don't know, and that's okay. To walk away from everything that was built on fear, but be warned. Not everyone will understand this clarity dot to those still trapped in striving. Your stillness will look like failure. To those still addicted to meaning, your detachment will look like nihilism. To those who need you to perform your old roles, your truth will feel like betrayal. Let them misunderstand, because this moment, this clarity was earned in blood. In silence. In sleepless nights where you doubted everything, you don't need to explain it. You just need to honor it. Ask yourself, what became clear when I gave up? What part of me was born in the ashes? What do I see now that I couldn't see while fighting? Despair is not something to romanticize, but it is something to respect, because those who've passed through it and listened carry a kind of wisdom the world cannot fake. That they don't speak in cliches. They don't pretend to have answers. They just sit beside you in the dark and say, I know. And sometimes that's more powerful than any light thought, so let despair do what it must. Not forever, but long enough to burn away what wasn't true. And when it's done, step forward, not with a new belief, but with clean eyes. We now enter the next paradox, where truth, once trusted as the highest virtue, finds itself dependent on a lie. We are taught to honor the truth, to seek it, to speak it, to live by it. It's what philosophers worship, what scientists chase, what children are scolded for hiding. Truth is supposed to liberate us, to heal, to purify, to bring light where once there was only shadow. But what happens when the truth can't survive on its own? What happens when, to protect truth, you must first tell a lie? This is the paradox. Truth that needed a lie. It sounds contradictory because it is. But human beings are not machines of logic. We're creatures of story. And sometimes those stories need illusions to survive. Think of the child whose parent is dying. You tell them everything's going to be okay. Is that the truth? No, but it's a lie that gives them time. Time to grow. Time to understand. time to face the truth when they're strong enough to carry it. And so the lie becomes a bridge, a temporary veil to soften the arrival of truth. Not all lies are poison. Some are medicine. We live in a world built on this paradox. Nations uphold myths about their founding. Families hide certain secrets for the children. Artists lie to show emotional truths. Teachers simplify complex realities into metaphors, knowing they're not strictly accurate, but necessary stepping stones. Even language itself is a distortion, a way of shaping infinite meaning into limited symbols. Every time you describe your emotions with a word, you are lying a little, but only because the full truth cannot fit in language. So we live in these soft distortions. And we need them because truth, in its rawest form, is often unbearable. It's not always enlightening. Sometimes it's destabilizing, paralyzing. People say they want the truth, but what they really want is a meaningful truth. A livable one they can hold without shattering. That's why we wrap truth in narrative, in metaphor, in fable, in faith. And here's where it gets even darker. Sometimes a truth only has power because of the lie that carries it. Take religion. Many people do not literally believe every doctrine they follow. But the ritual, the myth, the collective agreement, it creates a space for something truer than facts. It binds communities. It gives people a moral compass. It creates peace. Does that make it a lie? Maybe. But does that make it worthless? Not at all. Truth and lie are not always enemies. Sometimes they are partners in a dangerous dance. The lie seduces, the truth reveals. But without the seduction, the revelation might never arrive. Think of art. A painting is not reality. A poem is not objective. A film is manipulation of light and sound, but we are moved deeply by them. Because they lie with purpose, they lie to tell us something real. Even therapy uses this when someone is not ready to face their trauma. You don't throw the truth at them like a brick. You ease them in. You hold space. You let them construct a narrative that feels safe, even if it's not entirely accurate. And over time, that lie bends toward truth, not because it was correct, but because it gave the person the capacity to face something deeper. This is the paradox. Truth without timing can destroy. Truth without context can mislead. Truth without compassion can wound. So we lie, not always out of malice. Sometimes out of mercy. But mercy is a slippery slope, because once you see the usefulness of lies, it's tempting to lie for control, to lie for comfort, to lie because you no longer believe truth matters. That's the danger. Lies should be scaffolding, temporary, fragile, designed to fall away. But when they become permanent walls, truth is no longer protected. It is buried. So ask yourself, where in my life have I lied to protect someone? Was it compassion or cowardice? Where have I believed a lie because the truth was too painful? Am I ready to let it go? And most unsettling of all, what truths do I defend that only exist because I need them to? We all carry sacred lies, lies about who we are, lies about the people we love, lies about what we can handle. And maybe that's okay. Maybe truth is not a single point, but a process. And maybe that process sometimes needs a lie to keep it alive, long enough to emerge whole. So don't discard every illusion too quickly. Sometimes the mask is not hiding the truth, but preparing it. Sometimes the lie is not deception, but devotion. Just don't forget. Eventually, the lie must bow. Eventually, truth must stand alone. And if it's a truth worth holding, it. Well, we now descend into the next paradox, where goodness, in its desperate need to protect the innocent, calls forth the very monsters it sought to destroy. Goodness is supposed to be the antidote to evil, the light in the dark, the shield of the innocent, the thing we strive for when the world becomes too cruel to bear. But what if goodness isn't pure? What if it is maintained, defended, or even born through monstrous means? This is the paradox. Goodness that required monsters. You see it most clearly in history. The peaceful society defended by a violent army. The utopia that exists because its enemies were erased. The moral high ground held firm by those willing. to dig graves behind the scenes. We rarely talk about it, but most systems of goodness are built with top acts that contradict the very ideals they promote. Democracies maintained through covert assassinations. Religions spread through blood and conquest. Freedom protected by surveillance and war. Order established through fear. And it's not just systems, it's people too. The father who keeps his family safe by becoming terrifying. The judge who bends the law to ensure justice. The revolutionary who kills for peace. They call it the necessary evil. The hard choice. The burden of those who understand how the world really works. But here's the question. If goodness can only survive through monstrous acts, is it still good? Or has it simply traded one form of cruelty for another, with better branding? Let's go deeper. Sometimes we invent monsters on purpose because we need something to define ourselves against. We need the villain to feel like the hero. We need the corrupted outsider to feel pure. We need the enemy to feel united. So we exaggerate, dehumanize, distort. We say they are evil, so we must do whatever it takes. And whatever it takes often becomes monstrous. Torture, censorship, abuse, exile, control, all justified. Because it's for the greater good. But this is the poison that hides in purity. The belief that your cause absolves your cruelty. That if your intentions are noble, your methods don't matter, but they do matter. Because over time, you become what you fight. You start using fear to inspire loyalty. You start hiding truths to protect the image. You start hurting others in the name of protection. And then one day, you look in the mirror and realize the monster didn't sneak in. Invited it. And worse, you needed it. Because goodness is fragile. It's slow. It's complicated and monsters. Are efficient. They silence opposition. They get results. They force compliance. And that's intoxicating. It feels like progress. Until the foundation begins to crack. Because goodness built on fear cannot last. Peace enforced through violence breeds quiet resentment. Justice born through vengeance becomes endless war. Safety created by surveillance becomes a prison. And so the very things we built to protect ourselves become the reason we feel unsafe. This is not just political. It's personal. How often do we manipulate people for their own good? How often do we shame others into morality? How often do we present kindness as a choice, but punish those who refuse? We create rules. We enforce behavior. We say, if you don't act this way, you're bad. And in doing so, we become the thing we claim to oppose, a force of control, not of compassion. So what do we do with this paradox? Do we stop protecting what's good? Do we abandon ideals because they're hard to uphold without force? No, but we remember the cost. We stop pretending that goodness is clean. We admit when our protection creates harm. We stop using monsters without acknowledging their consequences. We become honest. We stop pretending that rightness is a shield against corruption. We learn to hold two truths. Some things are worth protecting. How we protect them matters. And if our goodness requires cruelty, we must ask why. Are we defending the innocent? Or defending our image? Are we resisting evil? Or using evil methods because we've grown impatient? And most important, is the monster we summon still under our control? Or has it become us? Because here's the final danger. Once you prove that goodness can be protected by monstrosity, others will copy your methods, but not your values. They will inherit your tools without your ethics. And then the monster doesn't just protect goodness, it replaces it. So be cautious, not of the monster outside, but the one inside who whispers, it's okay, it's okay, it's necessary. Just this once, because just this once is how all monsters begin. We now arrive at the next paradox, where perfection, far from being a noble goal, demands sacrifice after sacrifice, until blood is all it recognizes. We long for clarity. In a world of contradictions and chaos, we beg for the clean line, the answer, the sharp division between right and wrong. We believe that if only we could see clearly, if only the fog would lift, We would know exactly what to do. Clarity promises confidence. It whispers, once you understand, you will act. But what if that promise is a lie? What if the very thing we seek clarity is the very thing that prevents us from acting at all? This is the paradox. Clarity that clouded action. At first, clarity feels like a gift, a revelation. You finally get it. The confusion falls away. Everything is mapped. You see all the angles, all the consequences, all the variables. You've considered every possible side. You've explored every path. You know the history, the ethics, the risks, the rewards. And then you freeze because now you know too much. You know that no action is clean, that every choice casts a shadow, that every path forward involves a compromise, a cost, a harm. And so you hesitate, you second guess, you revise, revisit, reframe. You drown in awareness. The more you see, the more you realize how much could go wrong. The more informed you are, the more burdened you feel. The sharper your clarity, the heavier your doubt. You become like the archer who understands wind physics so well that he never releases the arrow, or the surgeon who knows anatomy so deeply that she can't make the first cut, or the philosopher who's examined every moral argument and finds no ethical way to intervene. Clarity in excess can become a trap. It demands a kind of perfection that reality does not allow. It leaves no room for intuition, no room for movement, no room for mess. And so, ironically, those with the most insight often do the least. They become paralyzed, waiting for the moment when action will be free from guilt, free from risk, a moment that never comes. Meanwhile, others less burdened by knowledge, less tangled in thought, move, act, fail, learn, change the world. For better or worse. This is not a celebration of ignorance. It is not a call to blind impulse, but it is a warning. That clarity without courage is just inertia in disguise. It is a mirror, not a lever. Clarity can reveal all the possible doors, but it cannot open them for you. And sometimes, the more you polish the glass, the more distorted your reflection becomes, because even clarity has its bias. It pretends to be neutral, but it always leans toward abstraction. It favors thought over movement, maps over terrain, theory over presence. And so, it begins to serve not truth, but delay. It becomes a clever way to avoid responsibility. You tell yourself, I just need to understand a little more. I just need to be sure. I just need the full picture. But what if there is no full picture? What if the moment isn't waiting for you to figure it out? What if it's already passing while you're still outlining your options? In the real world, clarity often comes after action, not before it. You move. You stumble, you reflect, and only then do things make sense. Only then do you see what mattered, what didn't, what worked, what didn't. In this way, action becomes its own kind of clarity, a different kind, one rooted not in certainty, but in experience. And often, the most powerful movements in history were led not by those with perfect clarity, but by those with enough conviction to move through their uncertainty. Clarity is helpful, but it cannot be sacred. It must be balanced with motion, with risk, with the knowledge that no decision is pure, and no delay is without its own consequences. Ask yourself, where have I used clarity as a shield? Where has my understanding turned into avoidance? Where has the pursuit of certainty robbed me of momentum? And what if the next step isn't hidden in more analysis, but in the willingness to step into the fog? To move before you're ready. To act without waiting for the universe to hand you a guarantee. Because if you wait for perfect clarity, you will never leave the page. You will never cross the line. You will never change anything. And in the end, it's not your clarity that defines you, but what you do with it. We now move into the next paradox, where humanity, so often seen as sacred, turns on itself and begins to reject the very life it was meant to honor. Humanity. The word evokes warmth, compassion, empathy, the soft edges of civilization. We tell ourselves we are more than animals. We build societies, write laws, compose symphonies, and cradle newborns in our arms. We speak of human rights, human dignity, human potential, but beneath all of it lies a darker truth, one we hesitate to face, that the very concept of humanity has often been used to reject life itself. This is the paradox. Humanity that rejected life, it begins with. Ideals. To be human, we say, is to rise above instinct. To be human is to deny the savage, to suppress the primal, to control desire, dominate nature, and outwit death. We see nature as base, flesh as weak, emotion as chaotic. We cut ourselves off from the animal, the wild, the irrational, and call that evolution. And so we build systems meant to perfect us. Schools that teach us what not to feel. Religions that shame the body. Economies that reward the mechanical. Governments that strip nuance for the sake of order. The more we try to civilize ourselves, the more we divide our world into what is human and what is not. We cage the natural world. We sterilize our environments. We schedule joy. We quantify grief. We speak in abstractions, progress, growth, productivity, until the messy, pulsing texture of life feels like a burden, a distraction, an inefficiency. And then, without realizing it, we begin to resent life, its unpredictability, its pain, its lack of control, that we create technologies to escape it. We live more online than in our own bodies. We consume simulations of experience rather than risk real connection. We become terrified of silence, aging, of vulnerability. We invent ideologies that treat death as failure, as a bug in the code, and worship transhumanist fantasies of immortality. Uploading minds, ending suffering forever, but in trying to escape suffering, we also escape wonder. In trying to erase pain, we erase meaning. We forget that life is not a spreadsheet. It cannot be optimized. It will never be neat, and so in our obsession with humanity, we quietly begin to reject the human. We stigmatize weakness. We institutionalize those who break. We medicate away grief and rage and call it progress. We pity those who still live close to the soil, call them primitive, undeveloped, behind. We avoid eye contact with the dying. We treat birth like a medical emergency. We design cities where no one ever needs to touch another person. We want the benefits of life, but not its cost. And slowly, we build a culture of avoidance. A humanity that no longer knows how to live because living is messy. It means failing, bleeding, crying in public, loving people who disappoint you, waking up with no plan and still choosing to try again. But in the quest for a higher, cleaner, more elevated humanity, we sterilize that. We cut it away, and then we wonder why we feel dead inside. Here's the cruel irony. The more we try to be purely human, to live only in the head, only in the concept, the less we remember how to be alive, and the more alienated we feel from our own breath, our own hunger, our own joy. We begin to confuse numbness with maturity, detachment with wisdom, apathy with intelligence. We fear vulnerability because it reminds us we're animals, and animals bleed. Animals love. Without reason, but maybe that's not a flaw. Maybe that's the point. To reclaim life is not to abandon our humanity, but to remember its root. To be human is not to rise above life, but to be humbled by it. To ache, to long, to feel, to fall apart, to weep in the dark and still come back for more. That is humanity. And if our systems, our philosophies, our progress lead us to forget that, then they have not elevated us. They have emptied us. Ask yourself, where have I mistaken numbness for enlightenment? Where have I rejected parts of myself that are too raw, too wild, too alive? What would it look like to live a little more primitively, not in comfort, but in presence? To sweat, to cry, to scream, to dance without filming it, to bleed and still call it beautiful. Because maybe the future of humanity isn't in transcending life, but in finally coming home to it. And now we turn to the next paradox, where courage, once seen as noble, reveals itself as a mask for destruction in service of pride. Courage, We place it at the center of our myths, our histories, our heroes. It is the fire we admire in soldiers, the voice we celebrate in rebels, the virtue we encourage in children who speak up. Stand tall, face down their fears, but courage is not always clean, not always noble, not always in service of something good. This is the paradox. Courage that serves destruction. We assume courage is inherently moral, that to be brave is to be right. But courage is not a moral compass. It is a force, not a direction. It moves, but it does not tell you where to go. And when courage is hijacked by ego, by rage, by delusion or pride, it becomes a weapon more dangerous than cowardice. Because cowardice may stall you, but corrupted courage accelerates destruction. History is filled with men who called themselves brave, who faced death without blinking, who charged into battle without hesitation, and left behind ash. It takes courage. To burn a city, to colonize a people, to raise a sword and shout, "I am doing this for a greater good." It takes courage to lead others into war, even when the war is a lie. It takes courage to hold on to your certainty. Even as the truth crumbles underneath you, we praise courage without asking what it's serving. And in doing so, we forget the difference between boldness and brutality. This kind of false courage hides in plain sight. It's the executive who fires thousands and calls it tough leadership. It's the zealot who bombards strangers with righteousness, convinced it's speaking truth. It's the partner who tears someone down and frames it as being honest and strong. In all these cases, there is conviction. There is risk. There is even fear that must be overcome, but the direction is off. The target is wrong. The courage is real, but it is serving destruction, because courage without humility becomes domination. Courage without reflection becomes cruelty. Courage without compassion becomes conquest. This paradox is especially dangerous because it feels so heroic. The person wielding it, they are the underdog, the truth teller, the warrior. They feel invincible, unstoppable, justified. And sometimes they're even admired for it. History often remembers the brave, but forgets to ask what they fought for or what was lost in their name. We celebrate people for speaking their mind, even when that speech dehumanizes. We praise those who never back down, even when they should have, even when silence or stillness would have been a more courageous act. That's the twist in this paradox. Sometimes true courage looks like restraint. It looks like not firing back. It looks like admitting you were wrong. It looks like walking away even when you're being dared to fight. It looks like apologizing, not defending. Listening, not preaching, because courage is not loud by nature. It doesn't always look like armor. Sometimes it looks like trembling, hands in a voice that shakes but speaks anyway. Not to destroy, but to heal. And if we do not teach this nuance, we will continue to raise generations who equate aggression with strength, certainty with integrity, and war with honor. We will continue to reward the person who charges in confidently, rather than the one who hesitates wisely, and we will call the latter weak, when in fact, they may be the only one strong enough to carry out. Ask yourself, where have I mistaken force for virtue? Where has my boldness been more about winning than understanding? Where has my courage served not truth, but ego? And what would it look like to be brave in the service of softness? To be brave enough to not destroy, because courage is a fire, and fire can illuminate or consume. It can warm a home or raise it to the ground. You must choose what to light. And now we step into the next paradox, where awareness, that sacred goal of awakening, reveals itself as the very thing that fractures the world it seeks to understand. Awareness. We speak of it as enlightenment, a kind of light switch that, once flipped, dispels illusion, unlocks truth, and makes the world whole. To be aware is to be awake. To be asleep is to be blind. Or so we're told. But what if awareness, in its purest form, doesn't heal the world, but breaks it? This is the paradox. Awareness that broke the world. At first, awareness feels like revelation. You begin to see the falsehoods peel away, the half-truths of culture, the myths of history, the manipulations of power. You recognize the systems, the games, the unspoken contracts, the lies we tell ourselves just to get through the day. You begin to realize that much of what you believed was never truly yours. And that's when it begins. The unraveling. You can no longer walk through a mall without seeing exploitation. You can no longer hear a politician speak without hearing the script. You can no longer say everything happens for a reason without feeling the bitter burn of those it doesn't happen for. Awareness deepens. And with it comes not peace, but fracture. You begin to feel split. Split from others. Split from yourself. Split from the stories you once inhabited with ease. Every conversation becomes two conversations. What's said and what's beneath. Every smile hides questions. Every celebration echoes with unease. You see the threads pulling reality apart. And the more you try to share what you see, the more alone you feel. Because most people don't want more awareness. They want comfort. You start to question, what do I do with all of this? How do I live now that I know? And here lies the break. Awareness without anchoring, without integration, without purpose can become disillusionment. You wake up, yes, but to a world that feels unlivable. You see too much, feel too much, understand too much, and yet remain powerless to fix most of it. Awareness shows you injustice, but not how to stop it. It shows you mortality, but not how to accept it. It shows you meaninglessness, but not how to create meaning again. You become a mirror that reflects everything, but holds nothing. A ghost in your own life. And perhaps the worst part, awareness can become self-consuming. You begin to notice your own noticing. You analyze your own thoughts. You dissect your every feeling. You become a hall of mirrors. Everything reflects. Nothing touches ground, and you begin to suspect that the only way back is to forget again. To numb yourself. To rejoin the sleepwalkers. To pretend, but you can't. The illusion, once shattered, is not easily rebuilt. So what now? This is the risk that the great mystics and thinkers always faced. To see too much and still find a reason to stay. To hold awareness without letting it consume your ability to live. Because here's the real lesson of this paradox. Awareness must be held, not worshipped. It must be softened, not sharpened endlessly. It must be brought into the body, into relationships, into action. Awareness alone does not heal, it reveals. And what it reveals is often horrifying, but it's not the seeing that breaks the world. It's the absence of love in the face of what is seen. It is when awareness is weaponized. Not softened. It is when we turn insight into superiority. Not humility. It is when we use knowledge to distance rather than connect. The way out is not to close your eyes again. It's to open your heart wider than your mind. To let awareness live alongside wonder, alongside care, alongside the very fragility it exposes. Ask yourself, where has my awareness become a burden? Where have I used it to avoid feeling? Where has seeing the world clearly made me afraid to participate in it? What if the next level of awareness isn't seeing more, but learning how to see gently? Because yes, awareness can break the world, but it can also teach you how to hold the broken pieces with reverence, how to sit in the ruins and still plant seeds. And now we move to the next paradox, where forgiveness, the virtue of saints, turns into a silent accomplice of cruelty when wielded without discernment. Forgiveness, the virtue that gleams brightest in stories of healing, the sacred gesture that lifts the weight of the past, the balm that softens even the deepest wounds. We are told to forgive, to rise above, to let go, to be free. We admire those who forgive. We call them strong. We call them wise. But what if forgiveness can backfire? What if, in our rush to move on, we unknowingly give permission to the very things that harmed us? This is the paradox. Forgiveness that empowered abuse. Forgiveness is often taught as moral necessity. To withhold it, we're told, is to remain bitter. To forgive is to transcend. It's a sign of growth, of light, of love. And yes, in many cases, it is. Forgiveness can liberate. It can dissolve the chains that bind us to the past. It can reclaim power, but not always. Sometimes forgiveness functions as silencing. Not for the abuser, but for the abused. Sometimes we are pressured to forgive. Before we've even had time to understand the damage, let it go. They say, be the bigger person, move on. It's not healthy to dwell, but what is that really? It's a form of control, a way to restore comfort, not justice. A way to clean the surface, while the wound still festers. Underneath the world is deeply uncomfortable with pain that doesn't resolve. And so it often rushes the process, not for healing, but for appearance and those who refuse to forgive. They are seen as bitter, vengeful, stuck. But what if they are simply honest? What if they are the ones brave enough to hold the tension of truth without prematurely releasing it? Forgiveness, when misused, becomes a cloak. Abusers hide behind it. They say, but I apologized, but that was years ago. But I've changed, but you said you forgave me. And in that moment, the focus shifts from the harm. That was done to the forgiveness that was expected. Now the victim is on trial, not the abuser. Their healing becomes conditional. Forgive, or else you're the one causing harm now. In this way, forgiveness becomes a burden, not a release. It becomes another performance, another pressure, another way the victim must serve the comfort of others. And here's where it gets darker. Entire cultures have institutionalized this. Religious institutions preaching forgiveness while sheltering predators. Families insisting blood is thicker than water while ignoring generational trauma. Societies that ask women to forgive and rebuild after systemic violations. Forgiveness then becomes complicity. Not because the forgiver is weak, but because the system uses their goodness against them. The paradox is brutal. The more compassionate you are, the more easily your compassion can be used to protect what hurt you. So what's the answer? Is forgiveness always a trap? No, but it must be a choice, not an obligation. It must come from empowerment, not pressure. And it must never replace accountability. Real forgiveness is not passive. It's not a sigh and a smile. It's a boundary. It says, I see what you did. I name it, and I will not let it define me. It doesn't erase the harm. It doesn't excuse the act. It doesn't require reconciliation. And it doesn't silence the need for justice. In fact, real forgiveness may fuel justice. By refusing to carry the shame that belongs to another. It may sound like, I forgive you, but I will never speak to you again. I forgive, but I will testify. I forgive, but I will build a life in which your harm holds no power. Or sometimes it may sound like, I'm not ready to forgive, and that's okay. Because forgiveness is not a race. It's not a moral finish line. It's not something you owe to anyone. It is yours. It is sacred. And it must be handled with care. Ask yourself, where have I forgiven because I was told I should? Where have I used forgiveness to bypass the full truth of my pain? Where have I been praised for my grace when what I really needed was space to grieve? And what would it look like to forgive not to protect others, but to finally protect yourself? Because when forgiveness is rooted in self-respect, it liberates. When it's rooted in fear, it enslaves. We now turn to the next paradox, where time, once a healer and teacher, devours all second chances, and redemption dissolves into impossibility. Time heals all wounds. That's what they say. Give it enough time and pain fades, regret softens, truth becomes negotiable. People grow, mistakes are forgiven, redemption becomes possible. Time, we are told, is the gentle guide of change. The one who gives us room to breathe, to evolve, to return. But time is not always kind, and sometimes time does not heal. Sometimes time devours redemption. This is the paradox. Time that devoured redemption. We imagine redemption as something waiting for us, if only we keep walking long enough. As if the mere passage of days can scrub the stain of what we've done. as if age itself is an absolution, as if suffering endured long enough automatically earns forgiveness. But redemption is not guaranteed. It is not time-bound. It is not inevitable, because time doesn't just heal, it also distorts. It hides. It compounds. The longer you wait to seek redemption, the harder it becomes to reach. Not because the act fades, but because the opportunity to make it right begins to disappear. Apologies delayed become meaningless. Truths buried too long are no longer heard, or no longer matter. Sometimes the person you hurt is gone. Sometimes the window to repair what was broken has sealed shut. Sometimes your story has calcified and no one believes the new chapter you're trying to write. Time becomes the very thing that makes your redemption seem suspicious. Performative, too little, too late, and in waiting, you may have lost the right to be believed. This is the cruelty of the paradox. You may feel ready now, you may be sincere now, but sincerity is not always enough. And the world does not always wait for your awakening. There's also this, sometimes in the silence of time, we rewrite our past. We convince ourselves we weren't that bad, that the others misunderstood, that the damage was mutual, that the context was confusing, that it was a different time. And so when we finally do attempt redemption, it's built on a foundation of soft-edged memory, not full accountability. We want to be forgiven, but we don't want to be seen. We want to move forward, but we don't want to walk through the fire of full truth. And the more time passes, the more we become strangers to the person we once were, which makes it easy to disown them rather than reconcile with them. But redemption isn't a fresh start. It's a reckoning. It's not erasing your history. It's learning how to carry it with integrity. And time, rather than helping, often seduces us into waiting longer, until we've crafted the perfect version of our guilt, the version that feels safest to confess. But redemption doesn't come through safety. It comes through risk. It means saying, I hurt you. Before you know forgive you. It means returning what you took. Even if it costs you everything. It means telling the truth, not just the version that flatters your growth. The longer you delay that, the harder it becomes to even find the door back, because time needs context. Time erodes trust. Time makes people forget. And sometimes that forgetting isn't mercy. It's grief. There are wounds people no longer speak of because they gave up hope. You would ever acknowledge them. There are stories buried because no justice came. There are people who learn to live without your apology, and they may not want it anymore. That's the silence redemption meets when it arrives too late. And here's another truth. You cannot demand redemption. It is not a transaction. It is not a speech. It is not a clean slate. It is a life lived differently, not for applause, but because you have finally understood the weight of what you've done. It's showing up where no one expects you, staying when it's uncomfortable, giving without asking to be thanked. It's being accountable, even when there's no reward. Ask yourself, where have I waited too long to make things right? Where have I used time as a shield from responsibility? Where have I confused the feeling of remorse with the action of atonement? Because time can give you space, but it can also bury your chance. Redemption doesn't live in the future. It lives in the moment you stop hiding. And now we move forward into the next paradox, where empathy, the ultimate tool for connection, begins to twist inward until it poisons the very mind that sought to understand too much. Empathy is often seen as a superpower, the rare and noble ability to feel the pain of another, to step into someone else's story, to mirror their suffering, to carry for a moment the weight they cannot carry alone. We raise empaths as saints. We celebrate those who listen, understand, absorb. We beg for more empathy in a world that often feels indifferent, apathetic, cruel. But what happens when empathy becomes too much? When it stops being a bridge to others and instead becomes a trap, a sickness, a toxin that seeps into your own mind? This is the paradox. Empathy that poisoned the mind. Empathy begins as connection. You feel someone's pain. You imagine their suffering. You want to help, but slowly, sometimes subtly, you stop imagining. You start inhabiting. You don't just understand their grief. You become it. Their anxiety seeps into your thoughts. Their trauma loops in your dreams. Their despair begins to mimic your own heartbeat. At first, it feels noble. You're the good one, the safe person, the helper, the healer, but you begin to notice the aftershocks. You cry more often, and you don't know why. You feel drained, but nothing bad has happened to you. You dread conversations with those who need you most. Not because you don't love them, but because you can't carry another ounce. You begin to feel infected, contaminated by the sorrow of the world. You hear someone's pain and it echoes inside your skull for days. You see something horrific on the news and it becomes your nightmare. Even though it wasn't your story, you're not just compassionate, you're unraveling. Empathy has turned parasitic. And now it's devouring the very mind that tried to offer refuge. And here's the part, no. One talks about this kind of empathy doesn't always lead to action. Sometimes it leads to paralysis. You feel so much, so deeply, that you begin to feel helpless. You over-identify with the pain of others, to the point that you lose your own voice. You begin to apologize for things you didn't do. You begin to excuse things that should not be excused. You begin to sacrifice parts of yourself in the name of understanding others. Empathy becomes a performance of martyrdom, and somewhere you vanish inside it. You are praised for being so kind, so giving, so patient. But inside you are tired, not just physically, existentially, because you no longer know where your pain ends and someone else's begins. You've opened every door, absorbed every sorrow, but never learned how to release it. You thought empathy was about feeling more, but maybe it's about knowing when to stop. Empathy without boundaries becomes contagion. Empathy without discernment becomes self-harm. Not all pain is yours to carry. Not all suffering should live inside your nervous system. Not all cries for help are meant to be answered by you. This is not cruelty. It's survival. Even healers need shelter. Even open hearts must learn to close, because the mind, when flooded with suffering, will begin to rot. You will confuse guilt for responsibility. You will confuse exhaustion for purpose. You will confuse silence for peace. And the worst part, you will think this is normal. You will think this is what empathy requires. That to love is to break. That to help is to drown. That to care is to disappear. It's not. True empathy is not about merging, it's about witnessing. It's not about taking in, it's about honoring. It's not about sacrificing your sanity, it's about choosing when, how, and if you open that door. Ask yourself, where has empathy led me to lose myself? Where have I mistaken emotional entanglement for compassion? Where have I let other people's pain override my own needs? And what would it mean to care without collapse? Because empathy, when poisoned, becomes a slow erasure. It replaces your boundaries with guilt, your intuition with fear, your clarity with chaos, but it doesn't have to. Empathy, in its healthiest form, is not about drowning in the ocean of someone else's pain. It's about knowing how to throw the rope without tying it around your own neck. And now we arrive at the final paradox in this descent, where the end, instead of silence or peace, loops back on itself in a cruel infinity. A paradox where endings are beginnings, and escape is only another door to re-entry. Every story longs for an end. Every pain yearns for closure. Every question dreams of an answer. We move forward because we believe there's a finish line, a point at which we will be done hurting, done wondering, done falling. We imagine an end as release, a sigh, a stillness, a final sentence after which no more need be said. But what if the end isn't what we think? What if it's not a conclusion, but a reset? Not the closing of a door, but the silent opening of another identical. Familiar? Cursed? This is the paradox. And that was always the beginning. You reach the end of something, a relationship, a belief system, a personal transformation, a lifelong struggle, and for a moment, you think it's over. You grieve, you heal, you bury the body of who you were. But as you turn away, you begin to hear echoes, not from the past, but from ahead, echoes that sound eerily like where you started. And then it begins again. You meet a new partner, and the old patterns whisper back. You shed your former identity, but your new one carries the same ghosts, just in different clothes. You leave the job, the town, the role, only to recreate the same pain elsewhere. Was it growth? Or was it a spiral? A loop masquerading as a path? This is the unsettling truth. Some things don't end. They recur. They evolve into subtler forms. They wait patiently for you to mistake them for something new. This is not because you failed. This is because you are human. And the psyche is not linear. It circles. It recycles. It rewrites old wounds with new faces until the deeper lesson is seen. But here's the catch. Sometimes, even when you see the lesson, the loop doesn't stop because the insight wasn't the exit. It was just another doorway into the next iteration of the same mystery, and you begin to question, am I really changing? Or am I just moving in better lit circles? Am I evolving? Or am I a character in a story that rewrites its ending each time I reach it? Even death, the ultimate end, doesn't satisfy this need for finality. We romanticize it as peace, as silence, as truth, but we also fear that death may be yet another doorway, another birth, another cycle of the same unresolved questions, just in different skin. And so we start to suspect maybe there's no true end. Maybe endings are illusions we need in order to keep moving at all. Because if we truly believe that nothing ever ended, we might collapse. We might stop trying. We might surrender to the loop instead of resisting it. And so we pretend. We say it's over. We say, I'm healed. We say, that chapter is closed. But deep inside, we know there's a crack in the seal. A breath still caught in the lungs of that old version of us. And some night, some quiet hour, when we least expect it, the loop begins again. The end was never the end. It was only the next beginning. Even this script, this paradox, this philosophical descent seemed to promise a conclusion. But now you see, you are not exiting. You are re-entering all the ideas you met along the way. Pain as meaning, goodness as danger, truth as illusion, control as chaos. They are not meant to be resolved. They are meant to be lived again and again and again, each time deeper, each time darker, each time more beautifully unbearable. Ask yourself, what have I tried to end that never truly left me? Where have I mistaken pause for peace? What patterns do I call new that are just echoes in disguise? And what would it mean to stop seeking an end and instead ask how to live within the loop? Because maybe salvation doesn't come from breaking the cycle, but from understanding its language. Maybe you don't escape the maze. Maybe you learn to navigate it with grace. This is not hopelessness. It is maturity. The kind of maturity that accepts that not all stories resolve and not all pain disappears. Some truths are circular. Some journeys are endless. And some ends are simply the most elegant forms of beginning. You close this chapter, but the questions remain. The darkness flickers again. And somewhere in the spiral, a new voice begins to whisper, so now you've reached the end, or at least the place we pretend the end begins. You've walked through paradoxes too strange to resolve, truths too jagged to hold, ideas so dark they shimmer like broken glass in moonlight. What have you learned? Perhaps nothing you can summarize. That's the point. This wasn't a path to clarity. It was a descent into the kind of knowing that leaves you more uncertain than before. You've met the desire that feared fulfillment, the self that dissolved when seen, the empathy that poisoned the mind. In the end, that was always the beginning. Each paradox pulled you deeper, not to escape life, but to see it without its mask. Maybe you recognize something in these twisted mirrors, a memory, a fear, a question you've buried, or maybe it all felt distant, like a dream you weren't sure was yours. Either way, something inside you has shifted. Because these aren't just thoughts. They're thresholds. The world will still look the same tomorrow. But you might not so go now. Not with answers, but with better questions. And if the spiral calls you again, you'll know the way back. We'll be here, waiting in the dark, where philosophy still dares to feel dangerous.